It's always fun to welcome in a new group for this event and to crank things up today.
Well, Brett, especially for this event, this is, I believe, my 22nd, 23rd straight Perfect Game National. It is the big showcase on the showcase circuit. It always has been back since my first one in 2001, and it continues to be. And this is basically the top 300 to 320 players, high school seniors to be, class of 2024 in the country here for the standard PG showcase of 60 drills, the two things we're going to see tonight, and also games where you get to see the pitchers and hitters perform in live game action.
Yeah, we have 6 teams today, 6 of the 12 that we will go through with the 60s. We'll throw from the outfield, infield, first baseman, catchers, and then, of course, batting practice before the games commence tomorrow. Is there a theme from this class as far as talent or depth or anything that we should keep in mind this week?
Well, I think this is a very good class. I've been fortunate enough to watch this class since they were very young, so I've seen a lot of these players play. It's a very diverse class. It's especially strong in position players right now. I don't think the pitchers have really come out yet, and I think I'm really expecting that. Now, most of the top 10, especially, they're almost all position players. The pitchers are going to show here. We just don't know which ones are going to leap up, but there's some immensely talented position players here. Derek Curiel, the number 1 player in the class, Connor Griffin, the number 2 player in the class, and on down the line. That they're really going to put up some numbers, and you're going to see some great performances.
Looks like we're off and running with our 60s. We'll welcome in the black team first. Jason Bello, Bryce Clavon, the first 2 it looked like to get their 60s, and they will run this twice.
Yeah, they'll run it twice. I wouldn't be surprised to see the first 3 teams run twice and then turn it over to the second 3 teams so players aren't sitting out 6.
Christopher Rember, he is 11, joined as well by Blaine Roldan. Roldan is 12. This is measured by not necessarily the old-time stopwatch, but with the lasers. Good look at Garrett Scholl and Ariston Vesey. Vesey on the left with 14.
And, of course, you notice 2 sets of radar there. We're also measuring the 10-meter in addition to the 60-meter.
Good notation. An important part of what we do. 15 is Adonis Velez. 16 is Bo Walker from Peachtree City, Georgia.
We have our first time in. Garrett Scholl ran a 6.80, but was topped by Ariston Vesey at a 6.62.
6.62 for Vesey.
And we'll try to highlight some of the faster times as we get them from the field.
Reichner on the left and Schwartz on the right. 22 on the left side of your screen is Asher Sabom. Looks like that is Will Orberson on the right, number 21 from IMG Academy. 23 is Trevor Johnson. 24 on the left is AJ Evasco.
Asher Sabom with a 6.46, number 22 on the black team, our fastest so far.
What was that time again?
6.46.
All right.
Asher Sabom.
Early number to beat. 25 is Chase Freelick. 26 is Cooper Johnson from Jefferson, Georgia. Still running with our black team, kind of wrapping things up. 31 is Henry Allen. Mateo Gray is on the left, wearing number 30. Just like that, we're going to jump into the gold team. Kate Arambide is on the left side. He is from Tomball, Texas. Number 1 is Reggie Sharp from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. See that 6'4", the top one to beat.
And Brett, I'm almost never going to correct you, but with Cole Arambide, I'm going to get you on the pronunciation because he's the number 4 ranked player in the class, and we're going to be talking a lot about him over the next
We will indeed,
days.
and I had written that out as well. Got to say it a couple of times to get used to it. Hogan Denny is 8. Number 9 is Devin Fitzgerald from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Goal 10 is Noah Franco. 13 is Burke Mabius. He is from Henderson, Nevada.
Franco, the number 8th ranked player in this class.
segued into our goal team for the first time. 15 is Dante Nori. 16 is Bryce Rayner.
Okay, watch 15. Dante Nori's time is going to be an eye-opener.
Just looked athletic. I can't wait to see what that might come out to be. Brennan Siegler is 17. 19 is Ethan Sirowick. He's from Gulfport, Mississippi. Old Miss commit.
6.16 for Dante Nori, and I knew he was going to run a fast one because the last time you ran a 6.18. Wow. So 6.16 for the Michigan resident, Dante Nori.
29 is Owen Pano. He is on the left side of your screen. 31 is Luke Costello running on the right. First time through for the Gold Squad. We're going to go right on to the green. One is Ty Suthisen, I believe. Don't have a pronunciation for him, but Kalen Applefield is number 5 on the right. Kalen from Carlsbad, California. First time through, just starting off for the green roster. Third of 6 teams we'll see here this afternoon.
One more time from the gold, number 17, Brennan Ziegler, a 6.33. Brennan Ziegler from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Wheeler is on the left side of your screen. On the right is Derek Curiel. West Covina, California. Orange Lutheran High School. 10 is Miles Goshin. 9 is Jack Frankel. 9 on the right.
Derek Curiel with a 6.65. Curiel, of course, the number 1 ranked player in the 2024 class.
That's Kroll on the left, Keel the second on the right. Jeff Lucci is 14. 17, David Misa. He is from Sierra Madre, California.
Terrence Keel with a 6.31. That's green number 12. Terrence Keel from Atlanta with a 6.31.60.
21 is Josh Springer. And 20 is Matthew Scott the second on the right side of your screen. Can Scott catch him after starting from behind? Yes, he can in stride.
It does always help to run against somebody approximately the same speed.
Cale Fountain is 23 on the left. On the right is Jackson Glick from Kansas City. Green 31 is Levi Sterling. He's running with Jack Haverkamp. Haverkamp from Carlsbad, California. Green 18 is Rustin Rigdon. Joined as well, I think we're starting over with our black team.
Yes, we are.
Jason Bellow.
Couple notable times here. Number 25 green, Jack Haverkamp from Carlsbad with a 6.29. Also number 23, Cale Fountain from Lincoln, Nebraska with a 6.65. That's important because Cale Fountain is 6'5", 230.
Yes.
And to run a 6.65 of that size is impressive.
Bryce Clavon is on the left. He's now running for the second time as we've gone through this black squad for the beginning. Running with Johnny King from Naples, Florida on the right. Christopher Rembert from Pensacola, Florida is number 11. Running alongside Lucas Ramirez on the right from Weston, Florida, a Tennessee commit.
Clavon, number 7 black, who's also a high-level football prospect, ran a 6.42 in his second run.
Garrett Shull, 13, is on the left. I believe that's Blaine Rowland on the right from Florida. Florida commit.
Number 11 black, Christopher Rembert from Pensacola with a 6.52 his second run.
This is VC on the left with Velez on the right from Orlando. Joshua Reitner is on the left side of your screen. Running alongside Ryan Schwartz. I believe he had a 6.80 earlier. Always looking for that time just a little bit better second time through. Will Orberson is on the left side. He ran a 6.72, and this is Asher Sabom, who ran a 6.46. Can he do a little bit better with that lean at the end? We'll find out. Trevor Johnson, 23, is on the right. That's A.J. Evasco from Lincoln on the left.
They still grown big in Nebraska.
Yes, they do.
Evasco 6'6", 210.
Chase Freilich on the left. Cooper Johnson, Ole Miss commit, on the right. Second time through for our black team. We're going to see 3 teams run. Each player going twice. Will probably run off the next 3 teams after that before the drills. That's Henry Allen on the left. Joined. Allen's going to get the early jump there. Again, it's timed by lasers, not with a gun or anything such as that. Rolling into our gold team. Reggie Sharp on the left. Aaron Beatty from Tomball, Texas, an LSU commit on the right. Spent a lot of time in Tomball, Texas here in the last few weeks. Always like to get these 60s out of the way.
Trust me, when you're down on the field, either recording or have a stopwatch, or it goes just as fast as it seems to when you're announcing.
Yeah, it's rapid fire. Again, we're cycling through our gold team for the second time. We'll give you updates on the times as best we can. Burke Mabius joined by Noah Franco. Franco from IMG Academy on the right.
You walk up there and you try to find misters and like trying to get the shape.
15 is Dante Nori, a 6.16 earlier. As you can see, the top 60-yard time, and Bryce Rayner from Simi Valley. California on the right. The Texas commit. Going for the second time, Brennan Siegler ran a 6.33 on the left. Ethan Serwick on the right from Gulfport, Mississippi.
Dante Nori with a 6.15, his second run.
We're almost identical.
Yes. And Bryce Rayner, should note, the number 7 ranked player in the class, ran a 6.56 for the big shortstop.
Like that. Lou Costello on the left is 31. I believe that's Owen Pano on the right, 29 and is. And just like that, we roll into the gold team. Kalen Applefield, a Cal commit. It's number 5 on the left. Soothson on the right. Henderson, Nevada.
Folks, Owen Pano, 29 gold, the 9th ranked player in the class from Poughkeepsie, New York. He ran a 6.74. Again, a good, very good time for a big shortstop.
It's Curiel on the right, ran a 6.65 earlier. Jack Frankel is 9. Miles Goshin is 10 on the left. West Hills, California. Terrence Keel, the second, ran a 6.31, trying to better that on the right side of your screen. Got off to a good break. Ethan Kroll on the left. See if Keel can get that sub 6.3 time.
And really, at this level of athlete, Brett, they really don't vary that much from race to race. There really is very little variance when you look at both times together.
Lucci and Misa running for the second time. It'll bring up Matthew Scott the second. He is 20. 21 green is Josh Springer from Corona, California, an Oregon commit.
Terrence Keel ran a 6.34 his second run through.
Jackson Glick is 24. 23 is Cale Fountain, ran a 6.65 on his previous attempt at this 60. LSU commit. Levi Sterling's 31. 25 is Haferkamp, ran a 6.29 a few minutes ago. this is our third team going through for a second go at it. Rustin Rigdon from Metter, Georgia. Waiting for somebody to jump in there. And we're going to go with our gray team, Elijah Grant. So Grant from Belton, South Carolina commit. Beginning our fourth of 6 teams we will see there for our skills in day 1 of this Perfect Game National Showcase.
Curious what Elijah Grant's time is, because he looks like he's trained to run.
See our great team out there assembling, getting ready to go. Perry Hargett is 5 on the right side with that early break. Alejandro Luderio, Pembroke Pines, Florida. Primary catcher. Catchers want that early start, 60s. They want to get some momentum behind them.
Yeah. Elijah Grant passed the eye test too, ran a 6.34.
Ooh, like Carlos Martinez is 8. Samuel Richardson is 9 from Olive Branch, Mississippi. He is on the left side.
Perry Hargett with a 6.30. Doesn't surprise me. He ran a 6.36 at last year's Junior National Showcase, so he'd shown the speed before. This is one of those events I don't think they ever trained for. If they just trained for it for a little bit under a decent coach, they could cut 2 100s off every one of these athletes, which is why when we saw Michael Guyton run the 5.9, he was a trained track athlete. It looked like Elijah Grant is a trained track athlete there. And there's a couple of them in here, and you can just notice by the way they start and the way they run.
Good point. Caden Sheffield's 10. Isaiah Shivers is 12 on the right from Brooklyn, New York. 13 is Connor Schaus. 17 gray is Heath Whitlock from Fayetteville, Georgia, Mississippi State commit. Eric Parker's 19 from Sewanee, Georgia. 18 is Tanner Waldrop, Auburn, Alabama, an Auburn commit. Staying close to home. First attempt for this gray squad, first of 2 tries at this 60 here from Chase Field.
And of course, running on turf is a big advantage over running on grass. The consistency of it, that it's going to be more level than an outdoor grass field that are often sloped. No wind.
Steen on the left, Irby on the right for the gray team. Max Charles on the left. I believe that is Dalton Wentz and is on the right. Now it's about 115 outside, so the roof closed today. You don't have to worry about getting loose today.
No, it's not cold in here, though. It's not. Big Eric Parker, gray 19 with a 6.39.
McKay on the left side. We'll also start with our maroon team. That's Derek Gonzalez Adams from Puerto Rico in the Carlos Beltran Baseball Academy, beginning for the maroon team. And there's the maroon squad assembling with the Navy team to follow. First chance to introduce you to these young men running for maroon. 6 is Hernandez. 7 is Ira Jeffries on the right from Atlanta. Eight is Caden Lopez. On the left side of your screen is Colt Myers from St. Augustine, Florida, and a Florida Gator commit. The 11 is KJ Scobie. 12 on the right is Eben Taveras from Fort Myers, Florida, Miami Hurricane commit.
Caden Lopez with a 6.52, the fastest on the maroon team so far.
Michael Torres is on the left side, running with Jackson Walker from Tennessee on the right. Tennessee commit. Good athletic strides for Walker. 17 is Logan DeGroot. running alongside Luke Dickerson from New Jersey and a Virginia commit on the right.
You picked it out, Brett, by those strides. Jackson Walker with a 6.43.
Caraballo is on the left, number 20 from Orlando. Running with Paul Green from Georgia, Missouri commit on the right.
16, Luke Dickerson from New Jersey with a 6.24. Ooh.
Primary shortstop. Michael Kalinic is 25, 22. I do not have a 22 maroon, so we'll get that to you.
That would be Jackson Forbes from Peoria, Arizona. Number 19, Paul Green from Tyrone, Georgia, ran a 6.49.
'29 is Samuel Bradley, running alongside Taft Middleton from Columbus, Georgia. Just about done. In fact, we are with our maroon. Now it's on to Navy. Kason Cansarinia is 6. 7 is Caleb Bonnemer from Michigan. This is the first time, of course, for the Navy team. First of 2. Sam Erickson is 8. Johnny Gifford is 9 on the right.
Caleb Bonnemer, Navy 7, with a 6.53. Michigan Navy. We got some fast Michiganders so far.
Grant Hollister is the 11, running alongside Elijah Hurt from Sarasota, Florida.
Sam Erickson, a Texas A&M commit with a 6.52 during his run.
Gavin Kelly is 13, 17. Navy is Trey Snyder from Missouri and a Tennessee commit.
Elijah Hurt from Sarasota with the 6.34.
Eddie Reinders on the left. 21 on the right is Mitch Wilson from South Carolina, but a North Carolina commit. Wilson, a primary catcher. Jack Giordano is 21, running alongside Evan McIntyre, who's 23 on the right from Matthews, North Carolina. '25 is Sage Sanders. T.P. Wentworth, California, running on the right. First time through for the Navy team. 6th of our 6 teams we'll see today for the skills. So a few more opportunities to run. This is Trey Craig on the left. We're going to start over as well with our gray squad and Elijah Grant. Remember, he ran a 6.34 earlier.
This looks like a little mismatch here. Who are you betting on here?
I don't know, but I'm excited to see.
The big 6'4" first baseman or the little lightning bolt who might beat him anyway?
The lightning bolt might have a little football track training. Perry Hargett ran a 6.30 on the left side, running with Alejandro Ludero. Day 1 of the Perfect Game National Showcase, running our 60s, Carlos Martinez alongside Caden Sheffield. Sheffield on the right. Georgia Tech commit.
Well, they should have run Grant and Hargett against each other because Grant ran a 6.28 and Hargett ran a 6.29.
Both bettering their times by just a little bit, second time through. 17 is Heath Whitlock. He's joined by Connor Schaus, Georgia Tech commit on the right.
Carlos Martinez with a 6.59 in his second run through.
12 is Isaiah Shivers. 19 gray is Eric Parker.
said big Eric Parker last time. He's listed at 6'3", 185. It looks like Eric's grown a little bit since that size listing. He ran a 6'3", those nice, long, easy strides.
Indeed.
Let's see what he runs this time.
18 gray is Tanner Waldrop. 20 is Austin Irby from Virginia Beach, Virginia, East Carolina commit.
6'4", the second run for Eric Parker.
What was his number again?
That was 19. 19 gray.
Dalton Wentz is 28. It's Dylan Feen from Temecula, California, UCLA commit on the right. $30 gray is Max Charles from right here in Arizona. 32, McKay. So we'll see a few more now of our maroon team. We started it off with Derek Gonzalez-Adams from the Carlos Beltran Baseball Academy, running with Ira Jeffries from Atlanta, Georgia. Kind of nearing the end of our 60s here from day one. Again, these are 6 of the 12 teams. Alex Hernandez on the left. Number 8 on the right is Caden Lopez. He ran a 6.52 previously. KJ Scobie on the left from Lakeland, Florida. 12 is Evan Taveras from Fort Myers, Florida.
Lopez with a 6.59 in his second run through.
We'll take that first time. Working our way through the maroon team with the Navy to follow to wrap up our 6 squads. 13 is Michael Torres from Miami. Waiting just a second was Jackson Walker. He ran a 6.43, so can he better that on the right side? Tennessee commit. 16 is Luke Dickerson. Now he ran a 6.24 if I have that correct. And Logan DeGroot on the right.
DeGroot ran a 6.44, I believe, himself. So this is a good battle.
Sure is. See if Dickerson can better that outstanding time with his second run. If not, he'll be happy with the first. Caraballo on the left. 19 is Paul Green, ran a 6.49 at the Tyrone, Georgia.
Jackson Walker with a 6.46 his second run. Logan DeGroot with a 6.54.
Hi there.
Well, Luke in there first. And Luke Dickerson with a 6.45.
Okay. Jackson Forbes is 22, running alongside Michael Kalinich from Longwood, Florida. Samuel Bradley on the left. Taft Middleton on the right. Working our way through the maroon team with the Navy to follow, and then we'll be done with our 60s today before we move on to the outfield. 6 is Kaysen Kansarinia, along with Caleb Bonnemer. Bonnemer, I think, believe, ran a 6.53, his first attempt at this 60.
And we will obviously have a lot of chances over the next few days to get to know each one of these players much better, talk about their backgrounds, their rankings, where they're going to school. But this is rather rapid fire here, so
it is.
We'll save that till another time.
Sam Erickson and Johnny Gifford running. Gifford out of Amarillo, Texas, primary catcher.
Caleb Bonnemer with a 6.50 in his second run.
Grant Hollister on the left. He's running with Elijah Hurd with a 6.34 previously. A3 Academy product. Sarasota. (13) is Gavin Kelly. Trey Snyder on the right from Missouri.
Elijah Hurt with a 6.34 in his second run.
Yeah, the exact same thing.
Caleb Bonnemer with a 6.47 before that, number 7 Navy.
21 Navy is Mitch Wilson, Paulding, South Carolina. On the left, I believe that's Eddie Reinders. Jack Giordano is on the left side of your screen with Evan McIntyre on the right from Matthews, North Carolina. Indiana commit. Boy, he's swinging those arms.
I noticed McIntyre before.
He's coming right at you. Sage Sanders is 25. 26 is T.P. Wentworth, Central Catholic High School in California.
Works for Evan Myers to the tune of a 6.68. So the extra work there gets it done.
I believe we have one more to go. This is Trey Craig from Mansfield, Texas. That's going to complete our 60s, David.
Took a half an hour. That's 6.5 seconds a shot.
We'll step aside from the Perfect Game National Showcase. When we come back, we'll set up, watch our outfielders throw. We're underway. Day one from Chase Field in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. Back in a moment. Back inside Chase Field. We've run the 60. 6 of our 12 teams, day one from the Perfect Game National Showcase. Coming up next, we'll see the outfielders
go first and go in numerical order. They get 2 throws to third base. They get 3 throws to home, so 5 throws in total. Everything, of course, is gunned, and the Perfect Game scouts down there will be taking their notes, noting footwork, athleticism, arm action, all the basic scouting, things that we're looking for in each one of these athletes. I know the velocity is the big thing. It's not the big thing when it gets down to putting the grades down and everything, but it certainly is an indicator of arm strength. And a lot of times at events you'll get, pitchers especially like throwing from the outfield because they get their throw times. And in fact, Michael Hugas, the young man who threw 102 last year, was a primary pitcher from Pennsylvania, originally from Venezuela, and that's the top time. I saw a young man throw 101 a couple weeks ago at the Junior National. So we went for a long time without seeing a century mark, and now we're seeing it at it seems every national event.
First man up is Jason Bello from Fort Myers, Florida, a South Florida commit from Exposure 17 National, his travel team.
And if you're looking for for instance, the 60 numbers, the throw times after this, there's somebody who is tasked with posting those straight on the database as soon as they get the sheets, the time sheets. So those numbers will be appearing not immediately, but very soon up on the Perfect Game website. So just be refreshing your screen if you're following this online on the perfectgame.org website, and those will be posted fairly soon. It's a priority of ours from any event to get those numbers up right away.
Well, you know, Mom and Dad, they're in the stands, or they're back at home. They're curious. So are the siblings. So are the college coaches. So there's a lot of interest in how these players are doing.
There's a lot of social media interest in it as well for some of these young men.
Ah, yes. I would imagine there's always a little bit.
See, that's the reason the numbers, whether it's your 60 time or your throw time, your pop time for catchers, your fastball, it's the sexy thing to put on social media. It's easier to put a number than a written out perfect game scouting report.
Yes.
So true. I ran a 6.15. You know, I threw 102.
Jason Bello, a big Juan Soto fan. He's kicking things off for the outfielders in this first of 6 groups.
And I believe at the end of every young man's round, we'll post their top throw.
He really does load up with a little bit of a catapult type delivery.
A primary third baseman, so it's not like we're really expecting him to have polished, outfield footwork, although that's certainly a bonus if he does.
Another throw home for Bello on the fly to home plate. Love the split screen effort. Bryce Clavon, next man in, run a 6.42 earlier from Kell High School, so he can jog over to the East Cobb Complex, where we hold a number of our perfect game events.
Clavon, a multi-positional player. Primary shortstop, has played plenty of outfield though, and a multi-sport athlete. Is a very good. I'm not sure whether he's a 3-star or a 4-star quarterback. I'm going to guess on the 4-star quarterback as a athlete quarterback, dual-purpose quarterback. And I'm sure he's throwing well into the 90s based on his previous perfect game events. And he's been up to 95 so far, as a matter of fact. I don't know whether we're going to get that posted on after each one, but we will do our best to relate each one. Jason Bello, the first outfielder, his top was 88 miles an hour.
That'll complete the 5 throws for Clavon, the Georgia native. Johnny King is next up from Naples, Florida. He is a Miami Hurricane commit. He's off and rolling with his first of a couple of throws to third base.
In fact, so far we've had a third baseman, a shortstop, and a left-handed pitcher. So this, and usually I would object to pitchers throwing from the outfield because they're going to come back and pitch. But none of these guys are pitching today because our first game isn't tomorrow. I should note that King has been up to 93 off the mound, so we might find a big number here.
Nice long and lanky frame for this left-hander from Florida. Now directing his throws to home plate, kind of spiked that one. It is carpet here at Chase Field, probably worth repeating. You hope to get a true bounce so you don't have a bobble. The ball's usually coming off the dirt, so it is actual dirt before it then skips on the carpet to the outfield.
93, the top throw from Johnny King.
This is Lucas Ramirez from Weston, Florida, Tennessee volunteer commit.
And a primary outfielder.
About that, we got one.
I love it. So many of these kids, this Ramirez casts his glasses aside, will have the glasses on, despite, of course, the roof being up.
Another throw home for Lucas Ramirez. Went Hopper a little bit up that third base line, so that'll complete his round.
Top throw from Ramirez, 90 miles an hour.
This is Garrett Scholl from Enid, Oklahoma. Oklahoma State commit.
I will say I cannot guarantee 100% accuracy on these throws. If the different number pops up on the Perfect Game website later, that is the correct number, but I think we're going to be 99.9% right on these numbers.
Pretty accurate throws for the most part for Garrett Scholl.
And accuracy is important in evaluating these because accuracy is generally a sign of footwork. And if you're just throwing the ball as hard as you can without any regard to where it's going, that shows very quickly when you're evaluating the whole process. There we go, 86 miles an hour. So I'll pop up there for Garrett Scholl.
This is Bo Walker, Peachtree City, Georgia, Georgia Tech commit.
Sorry about that.
Going through these bios, about 1,000 pages worth this week. The number of Georgia Tech commits has jumped out to me. So they've done a nice job recruiting this class. A lot of Tennessees, a lot of Georgia Techs, a lot of Miamis. That'll do it for Bo Walker. This is Ryan Schwartz, next man in from Indian Trail, North Carolina, listed as a primary catcher.
I have 89 as the top throw from Bo Walker. Oh, Ryan Schwartz. I got to see him last month. He's a primary catcher, throwing 87 from behind the plate. So this should be interesting. 87 is about the top of the scale for a catcher's time, and Schwartz didn't throw from the outfield there. So this should be fun to see what he throws.
Well, this young man reclassified as well.
Yeah, it's your
Say a lot more about Schwartz, the Campbell commit, a little bit later on. Really improved his speed dramatically in recent years.
5.
Be pleased with that. Here's Will Orberson and a 6.72 just moments ago, an IMG Academy product. He's committed to Old Dominion. You like that one hop strike to the plate. As far as accuracy, also measuring the mile per hour reading.
You mentioned it before, Brett. This drill is infinitely easier to do on turf, and you go even a good dirt, well-maintained, high-level dirt field. There's that level of uncertainty an outfielder has coming in, especially if they're charging aggressively, trying to build the momentum into their throws. 91 there. Top throw for Oberson.
Asher Sabom next in. He ran a 6.46. Wofford commit.
He ran a 6.4. Okay, he's a primary right-handed pitcher who runs a 6.46. Okay.
That gets your attention, won't it?
And we have him only listed as a 500 overall ranking. So there's something he's done very recently to get this invite. In fact, he threw 93 a couple weeks ago at a PG event. So this is a very recent invite, literally within the last 2 weeks for PG National.
I'm always intrigued by those because they've done something to get someone's attention, as you just pointed out. That'll get your attention, won't it?
96 will. Yeah, Sabom, for instance, he went to the BCS National Championships down in Fort Myers through 93, was named the most valuable pitcher at that event. 9 innings, 5 hits, 16 strikeouts.
Ooh.
And before that, he didn't have a national invite.
That's true.
So that's, we're literally going up to the last, we just are in the middle of the 17U National Championships, or the 16U, excuse me, down in over in Marietta. And we're literally inviting players potentially for events like that are happening at the last moment.
No, I like that a lot. Trevor Johnson well into his 5 throws. It encompasses what the Perfect Game scouting staff is doing. I mean, you're putting rankings together. You're inviting players for events like this to test the best against the best and see how they shake out.
Yeah, that's the idea, is to have the very best players here I should note right away, because this is on a lot of players' minds too, is that we basically give our All-American Classic invites. The 50 or so, 55 players who will be in the PG All-American Classic that will be back here at Chase are invited from this event. So a lot of players have that on their mind. They want to keep coming back here in August. I believe it's August 20th for the All-American.
I don't blame him at all. Mateo Gray throws, such an honor to be here. It's an even bigger honor, of course, to be an All-American and part of that Classic, again, right back at Chase Field. So they will have a familiarity with this venue. We'll do it for Gray. Henry Allen, next man in, so 93 for Mateo Gray, the UCF commit. Henry Allen is from Auburn, Alabama, but he is a Mississippi State commit, so leaving home but staying in the conference.
And really a power-hitting corner infielder, ranked 24th, as you can see there, and outstanding bat. I think he's plenty athletic enough to stay at third base for a long time. I think he's just out there to, as we say it, post a number right now from the outfield.
All right, post away.
Actually, looks pretty good out there, watching the footwork and the quick release. But I knew that. He said the 24th ranked player, 88. For Allen's top throw.
Hey, we're on to the gold team. Cade Arambidi, Tomball, Texas, LSU commit.
There might be some fireworks on this one. I may not be going too far on the plank to say that Arambidi has the best arm in this class, regardless of position. Not including pitcher. He doesn't pitch, surprisingly. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't, over 100. This might be our over 100, for instance. But he doesn't pitch.
He may have just tied the record. We'll find out.
Yeah, there's already 102 up there and another 100. So it's not outfield actions at all. You can see the extra hops on the back leg and everything. It's not outfield actions, but it's still fun to watch.
It is. Young man's part of Canes National and the Mets scout team. LSU commits. Just threw that one on the fly to the plate.
And that's why he's out there, is to post that 1-0. He's looking. He's going to find out.
Yep, a little bit of a roar from the crowd too.
Yeah, there are people in the stands watching our broadcast here. So.
This is Noah Franco, next man in, IMG Academy product, primary outfielder.
Franco, one of the 3 players in the top 10 in this 24 class who were originally class of 2025 and reclassified up at some point. Franco about a year ago, I believe, maybe last fall, reclassified up and just turned 17 years old, and you can see that big, broad-shouldered build. A lot of growing still to do. And he's one of these guys that wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't come out and throw an inning or two on the mound and throw 92, 93 as well. He's just a phenomenal all-around athlete.
Another throw to the plate might take out a couple of guys in foul territory. That'll do it for Noah Franco. 96. Dante Nori next in. He ran a 6.16 and then a 6.15, so very consistent. Mississippi State commit.
One of the things that is big on a lot of the professional teams' draft profiles for high school players, of course, is age. And colleges pay a close attention too, because they've got to know where they've got a guy who's going to be a draft-eligible sophomore, as opposed to a Noah Franco who just turned 17. Maori is 18-9 now, I believe. So as we go through these athletes, and I'll try to mention on some, there's a wide range in ages, from some that are still just 16 to a player like Nori, who's really an older 18-year-old. Probably should have been a class of 2023. Doesn't take away the tools at all.
No, understood.
It's not taking away the tools at all. But there's just that wide to try to put a number on how old these kids are. Most of them are mid-17 to just turned 18. Some are younger, some are older.
This is Brennan Sigler. He ran a 6.33 earlier. Knoxville, Tennessee native. Tennessee commit for Brennan.
I didn't see Nori's top throw come up. I had it as a 92. We'll put that on as an unofficial category.
Ziegler now working with his 3 throws to home plate to complete his 5 here at Chase Field. Perfect Game National Showcase 2023 for this class of 2024.
Number 28, Chris Newstrom.
89, the top throw for Brennan Ziegler.
Chris Newstrom, Chaparral High School in Phoenix, Tennessee commit. Next in, short commute for Chris.
We have 10 players actually from Arizona at this Perfect Game National Showcase. Highlighted by number 10 prospect Cam Caminetti, who we'll be seeing later. He's playing with the number 7 Orange team. But Newstrom, the number 3 ranked player in the state with 120th ranking by his name.
What are we looking at? Close to 300 players as Newstrom finishes up his throws?
Over 300.
Okay.
It's constantly changed. It has literally changed in the last 24 hours. So I don't try to get exact counts. I would have guessed around 320.
Okay. This is Owen Pano, highly ranked player in this class. See his rank at 9. Ran a 6.74 earlier. Another Ole Miss commit. That's another one of these schools, Ole Miss, Tennessee, and Georgia Tech, that seem to have a large amount of talent cornered from this class.
This gold team's going to be fun to watch in the games. They have 5 of the top 10 prospects in the country on the gold team, plus a number of highly ranked pitchers, and I don't know whether that was completely random or not, but it's going to be a fun team to watch in the games.
Big bodied shortstop there for Owen Pano.
He might have gotten to halfway up the net on that last throw.
He let it go.
He let it go and it went. We call that distance throwing in the notes.
Yeah, that was well said. All right, our green team now up. I believe we say this young man's name, South Ascend, but not entirely positive, for Henderson, Nevada, Tennessee commit. Primary shortstop, 5'9", 160. He got behind that throw, to say the least, on his last one.
Jalen Appleton.
Ty's checking his numbers. Is that a 95 for Ty?
That was a 95, and it was quickly accomplished by, accompanied by a cheer from the stands.
Kalen Applefield, California native, Cal Bear commit. Primary catcher for Kalen. Strong throw to finish his round of 5 throw. This is Wheeler in Phoenix, Arizona, Oregon State commit.
Brett, I'm going to guess you pronounce that first name just like here where you live, Houston.
All right, we'll take it. left-handed thrower. Wheeler now working in the direction of home plate.
Number 12.
That'll do it for his
Terrence
5
Steele.
throws. This is Terrence Keel, the second. Ran a 6.31 just a few moments ago. Texas A&M commit. Oh my goodness, he let that thing go over third base. He didn't get cheated.
Just so the players realize this, almost never will that be that high arching throw like you're seeing Keel, the distance throwing, that will never be your top velocity, ever.
Just too much air.
Yeah, there's too much
Yeah.
air. You're throwing it up, and you're not behind it. And you know, none of these, Terrence Keel will be disappointed by his throwing. I don't know what they are yet, but he will be disappointed unless one of these last two, he gets behind the throw.
It seems like there's too much emphasis to getting it there on the fly
Yeah.
rather than a hard two-hopper.
Exactly. The perfect throw to any base is not on the fly. And yeah, it gets, you know, it might get you on an ESPN, you know, highlight reel, you know, when you're playing in the big leagues. But the best throws are going to be those one hoppers that the third baseman, the catcher, can get on that hop as a tag throw.
Makes sense.
And it's also going to get there the fastest because it doesn't have all that air under it.
Another man from my neck of the woods, Spring, Texas, Matthew Scott II. Gentleman who is uncommitted. There are not a lot of uncommitted. Some of those have come about because of some coaching changes or other issues. A lot of these young men were committed so very early, maybe at 14, 8th grade, that type of thing, even though the new rules won't allow that going forward. Feeling that's a pretty good throw, though, from Matthew Scott.
I'll tell you what, Brett, just going down the list of the first 6 teams here, each with about 25 to 30 players. There are only 20 players on these 6 teams who we're seeing today that aren't committed. So,
yeah.
So virtually all of them. And as you said, you know, a lot of them are highly ranked players. I mean, Noah Franco, a top 10 player, isn't committed. I don't know the reasons behind that. I'm sure there are, you know, some players just don't, you know, they don't feel the need to make that commitment early.
We'll explain a few as we have more time in some of the games. You know, some have reasons, some are just waiting, as you can imagine. Haferkamp ran a 6.29 earlier. UCSB commit, working on his 5 throws.
Anytime you see somebody 6'4", 195 who's running that fast, you know, throwing 90 from the outfield, I think, 89, 90, you know, that 90 is the highest. By the way, great work by our graphics crew. Already updated the top
like it.
all-time throw to include Kate Arambidi.
This is Levi Sterling from L.A., Notre Dame High School, Texas Longhorn commit.
A lot of people, myself included, would not be at all surprised if Levi Sterling doesn't end up as a primary pitcher down the road. He's a very talented athlete, and I'm sure he's going to throw at this event. I certainly hope he does. And his arm just works so beautifully from the mound.
That was a laser from right field to home plate.
He's not going to be top. You know, I don't think he's going to be throwing the. You know, maybe he's throwing mid-90s, especially with that little extra hop there. But
He's pretty accurate too.
Yeah,
I like.
Yeah, just a great athlete. He's grown since I last saw him. 96 with the top throw there. But he's a fun one to watch. He's a check mark guy for me at this event.
Saw Elijah Grant run earlier to the tune of a 6.28. Belton, South Carolina native. Now we'll see him throw from the outfield. It looks like he does everything fast.
Just a quick twitch athlete. That's what the term all scouts use is quick twitch. And when you see it, you know it. And sometimes 60 times don't even. You know, sometimes a quick twitch athlete can't maintain the speed over 60, but that's not always something. That's where the 10 comes in and just where your eyes come in. And Grant's got it completely.
He's going to have 5 throws in about 20 seconds.
Yeah. But look, I didn't realize. I didn't look at that 5'6", 160. But I'm not going to hold his height against him with that kind of twitchiness at all.
So Grant is done. Harry Hargan on a 6.29 earlier. He's a North Carolina Tar Heel commit.
I believe Grant's top throw is 92. I think I saw that graphic up. Terry Hargan, of course, a primary shortstop. who has all the tools to stay at shortstop, second base. So I put him under the category of posting a number right now. Although it's going to be a pretty good number.
That'll do it for Perry Hargett.
Carlos Martinez.
Segueing in immediately to Carlos Martinez. Port St. Lucie, Florida. Big hop and a strong throw from Martinez to the screen.
He got to the screen really fast, though. You have to say that.
That's true. There'll be one more for Carlos Martinez.
Number 12.
Finishes with a one-hop strike to the plate for his 5 throws. Hit 97. And on quickly to Isaiah Shivers from Brooklyn.
Full effort on the throws, catching himself with his
I would
hands.
say so.
Nothing wrong with that.
Lot to like about that frame. 6'2", 196 pounds for Isaiah.
Number 13. Connor Schaus.
This will be a fun one. Connor Schaus. Connor Schaus has literally played all over the field. He has a chance to be a legitimate two-way guy. He's hitting .450 with 3 bombs already this summer. And he's listed as a shortstop, but we all think he's a pitcher because he's mid-90s off the mound with a wicked breaking ball. So this is just one of those guys who can really do it all on the field, ranked 15th in the class. And I say he even has catching in his background.
Interesting.
Yeah. So he's a, you know, he kind of, I kind of think of, because he's from the same basic area as Buster Posey, and, you know, Posey was a shortstop pitcher at this age who hadn't really even gotten into catching yet. I have a little Dylan Cease comparison here because Cease was a shortstop back in his days, and it's a very similar build to what Jared Cease was there. 99, that is no surprise whatsoever. We might see the same thing from shortstop in about a half an hour.
99, Heath Whitlock. Next man in, Mississippi State commit. Georgia native.
Here's somebody who has seen the inside of a weight room before. Heath Whitlock. That's a strong 6 foot 185.
These outfielders have been wearing that backstop out, trying to get their best throw off to the plate. Some have not been online, but that'll do it for Whitlock, his final and 5th throw. This is Max Charles, Avondale, Arizona. See the high school of the player perfect game rankings as well on the graphic for Max Charles and all the others. Day 1 here at the Perfect Game National Showcase, Chase Field, downtown Phoenix, Arizona.
the maroon team.
Strong throw to wrap for Max Charles.
Number 6, Alex Hernandez.
Somebody looking up to see their readings. He will like 94. Alex Hernandez will be the first of our maroon team. This is the 5th of 6 teams going through the skills here today in day 1. Another Georgia Tech commit.
We'll be seeing many of these same players, including Hernandez, a primary third baseman, and infield drills next.
One more to go for Alex Hernandez. He wants to get a running start. He starts deep and comes charging in.
Number 8, Katie Lopez.
96 for Alex Hernandez. Caden Lopez already on his way. Orlando, Florida native, Ole Miss commit.
If you're a young player watching this, maybe 14, 15, 16 years old, high school sophomore, freshman, and thinking, what can I do? What do I have to do to get this level and be on national TV and throw 96 from the outfield? You'll notice that Caden Lopez is listed as one of the smaller people here. These are big young athletes, 6'3", 200, 6'4", 195. And you can't do anything about your height. You're born with that. But you can do something about your strength. And it doesn't mean you have to be big to throw hard, however, as we'll see with the number right here on Caden Lopez. But these are strong athletes. I mean, keep in mind, these are mostly 17-year-olds out here who've worked hard to get stronger. And that's probably the number one thing I'd say if you're young looking like this and saying, how do I get here? You've got to work. These kids have all worked on not only their skills, but their strength, their speed. And it takes a commitment, not just athleticism and winning part of the genetic pool. But it takes a lot of hard work.
Sure does.
Could guarantee you most of these kids have put in the work.
KJ Scobie. Louisville really recruits Chicago extremely well. This is a Florida native. Wants to be a Cardinal. And that'll do it for Camden. KJ
Number
Scobie.
13, Michael Burke.
92. Of course, he followed up 100, but 92 is a good reading. This is Michael Torres, a Miami native and a Miami Hurricane commit.
I mentioned earlier that 3 of the top 10 players in this 2024 class were reclassifications from the 2025 class. Michael Torres would be a 4th reclassification in the upper rankings of this class. Young man who played in the 13 and 14 U festivals. I believe he was the MVP of the 14 U festival. I have to look that up.
So in essence, David, that would mean getting to college a year earlier. I'm guessing the thought is their skills are such where another year of high school baseball will not do them justice compared to starting their collegiate careers.
Yeah, I think that you have to have a commitment off the field too. You've got to graduate from high school. There's a duality about that because you just can't say raise your hand and say, hey, I'm going to reclass if you can't graduate from high school. So you've got to be willing to put in that work. But it is based a lot on the
Reading was coming right at the gun.
For the Navy team, number 6, Jason.
And we're on to the Navy team, which will be the 6th and final team, but 95 was the reading there for Caraballo. Jason Cansarinia. Chino Hills, California.
Last time I saw Cansarinia, he was about a 175-pound middle infielder. Notably stronger looking there. I see him as a secondary third baseman now on his roster note, but I remember he had very nice middle infield actions. I'm not have to find out more about the shift from middle infield to outfield there.
Yeah.
There's all these players with their glasses. You just want to go, I know it's a style. They're getting style points, but
I'd be afraid I'd lose one. Here's Sam Erickson, next man in. Flower Mound, Texas. Texas A&M commit, 92nd ranked in the class.
Erickson, another sub 6'5" runner. I don't have his exact time, but I believe it's like 6 foot 210 and from Flower Mound, Texas. I imagine that might play football too.
There's quite a pull from that state, from the Metroplex area as well, for those two-sport athletes. Seen quite a few left-handed outfielders here today as well. Feels like maybe a higher number than normal. This is Elijah Hurt. He ran a couple of 60s. They were the exact same thing. 6'3", 6'3", both eye-popping attention getters. Hurricane commit for Elijah Hurt. It's an extremely accurate throw on the fly to home plate. Hey, that's back-to-back good, strong, accurate throws for Elijah Hurt. Hit 92 from the outfield. Evan McIntyre from Matthews, North Carolina, but going to the Big Ten, an Indiana Hoosier commit. Uh-oh. That one skipped right into the glove off the turf here at Chase Field.
Does get that glove down a little bit late.
Aaron Sutton sneaking into that shot. He's telling the outfielders how to do it.
Barry can't stay off camera, can he?
So 96 for McIntyre. T.P. Wentworth, one of the handful of uncommitteds, California native.
I mentioned earlier that Arizona had 10 players sleeping in their own beds tonight, hopefully. Well, California leads the pack, not surprisingly, given both the talent in California and the proximity to Phoenix, with 54 players, I believe.
I feel like I'm starting up a Hunter Pence, David Ronsley region argument between Georgia, Texas, California.
Florida was number 2 with mid-40s, and Georgia was right at third, right around 40.
Hotbed. T.P. Wentworth done. Just about done with our outfield throws, and we'll have the infield and catchers to follow before we get BPs. 90 for Wentworth.
And I don't know whether you and I have ever had this discussion during a broadcast or not, but I definitely have Georgia ahead of Texas now as number 3.
I think that was what I heard you guys say last year.
Yes, that's probably 2 or 3 years old now. It shouldn't be news, but maybe some people in the great state of Texas might argue with that, but I think the numbers show Georgia now.
Well, it's impressive because there should be a bigger population from Texas than Georgia to choose from. Unless that lure of football has pulled in a few of those.
I think that
guys
is.
from
I
Texas.
think that's not that they play bad football in Georgia either. I think a lot of it is just that the Atlanta area is just so strong, and I think between East Cobb being the original travel team almost, and then with Perfect Game having much of their 20-plus year history out of the Atlanta area, I think those two things have really
You might be
made
right.
a difference.
Have to write a thesis on that.
It's hard to avoid that actually as a conclusion.
Hey, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll take a look at our infielders here in day one of the Perfect Game National Showcase. Brett and David with you from Chase Field. Back in a moment with more.
Back here at Chase Field and steaming hot Phoenix, Arizona at the PG National Showcase. Of course, not hot at all here inside with air conditioning on. Next up, we are going to have the infield throws, sort of a repeat from the outfield. Each player goes to shortstop, gets 5 throws. The first one is right at them, the first fungo right at them. The next 2 to their backhand, the 4th one, ground ball up the middle, and the 5th one, a slow roller. And of course, as usual, we will be radar gunning everybody. You saw the event record 100 from Antonio Jimenez. And would not be surprised that just in the outfield if we don't see that century mark at least approached. But again, the grade and everything goes so much farther than infield arm. In fact, Brett, probably more so than any other position, the velocity, the radar gun number is less important because the ability to play the infield, especially the middle infield, depends so much more on your athleticism, your balance, your actions, than on your pure arm strength.
No, it makes good sense. I think at times when you're trying to throw a guy out from the outfield, you don't expect that throw to be on the money a lot as far as outfield assists. You do on the infield. You expect accuracy and you expect outs.
Yeah, I expect actions. If you can have game actions at shortstop and still throw, put up good numbers, that's the goal. That's going to be the count. The best infield I ever saw happened to combine those two things, and it was by a great player in Carlos Correa. He threw up to 97 at an event with absolutely big league footwork. You know,
and he was 1-1. So
yeah. When you see, you know, Francisco Lindor had an infield for the ages where his feet were just so much different than anybody else's. You know, you can see they were so much better. You know, it made it irrelevant what he was throwing because his feet were so beautiful.
This is Jason Bello, and I've not been to near as many of these as you. Nick Allen was the guy with the footwork, where a small guy, but you watched his feet kind of compensate maybe for lack of size.
Nick Allen is one of the perfect game all-time favorites, and if he could hit above 200, he'd be a starting shortstop in the big leagues.
You're right. Oakland A, 93. I think Bello, we saw him from the outfield throwing about 88. This is Bryce Clavon. He's already run his 60 from Kennesaw, Georgia, at 6'4", And I'm talking a little bit about a guy like Clavon, some of the people that he looks up to, Tim Anderson, Trey Turner. So you could see where he would follow those shortstops.
And sometimes you have football players who lose time on the baseball field because of football. Clavon, I think, does it the other way. He's been in over 100 perfect game events over the years. He lives on the baseball field.
93 for Clavon. This is Christopher Renbert. Ran a 6.52 earlier. Pensacola, Florida native. Auburn Tiger commit.
Number 15, Adonis Velez.
Just like that, Rembert's done. And Adonis Velez is the next man in from Orlando, Florida, the Florida State commit.
Yeah, there's just little check marks that I'm used to watching, like for the backhand, the ability to move into the backhand, keep your feet active and move into the backhand, which is just going to enable you to have better throws. Going up the middle, lowering your arm slot, because that's what you're going to do in a game. We'll see what Velez does. You're moving, he didn't lower it all the way down,
right,
but it was game actions. He's showing different things that are in his skill set, whether it's the feet. Same thing with if you're on balance and can make that charging throw off the right foot, that's a positive.
I think those are all good tips. I think there's always curiosity about what the scouts are looking for in an event such as this, in addition to just the automatics with the readings as Ryan Schwartz takes over. I think he hit 95 from the outfield.
95 or 96. He might be the one who goes in all four positions today.
We'll see him throw later on behind the plate, so he's getting a lot of throwing in.
Yeah.
Number 22, Asher Sabol.
Ryan, I hate to break the news, but you're a catcher, dude. You're going to be a very, very good one.
Asher Sabone. Now he was throwing 96, I want to say, from the outfield. Ran a 6.46, so he's put up some impressive numbers for the Georgia native. Those 5 throws go in a blink of an eye, don't
Oh,
they?
yeah, I was just saying this is a above average pace. And, of course, that's all set by the...
We didn't have a first baseman. That was a problem.
Yeah. It's all set by the fungo hitter, really, how quickly he's working.
This is Chase Freilich. Peachtree City, Georgia. Auburn's another school that has a lot of commits in this group.
Another catcher, Chase Freilich. A lot of catchers, their second position is third base, so they've got some experience on the dirt. We'll spin there even by Freilich.
I think that's probably another good note. I mean, we see them all throw from shortstop. You might be a third baseman as your secondary position, but for now and for this event, we see you at short.
Yeah, and it's just, it's an even test of athleticism. The same thing happens with second base. You'll have players who are already second basemen at this level mostly because of their relative arm strength. And Actually, the third baseman looked more comfortable at shortstop than the second baseman looked at shortstop.
I can believe that.
Because they're moving into their throws. And there's that whole moving into the throw aspect of it that you get on the infield.
It's like driving on a different side of the road when you're at second or short, whatever the case may be. Mateo Gray in, another Florida native. Seen a lot of Floridians and Georgians here in our first 6 teams of day one. UCF commit. It's a big shortstop right there at 6'3", 205. Last one's always the challenge with the charge and the footwork and the kind of the fling.
Well, you go to a regional showcase, and regional showcase, one of our Sunshines or one of our top prospect events, where you don't have players of this caliber. You might have 1 or 2, and the slow roller at a regional or a 13-14U showcase, which I go to a lot of, they can't do that charge. It's not in their skill set yet. And yet the players at this level, even if they're a secondary middle infielder, it's in their skill set.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. The rhythms, kind of the understanding. This is Henry Allen, his 5th and final throw for the Auburn, Alabama native.
For the goal team, number 1, Reggie Sharp.
On to Reggie Sharp from the goal team. Michigan Wolverine commit. That uniform might look somewhat similar.
Reggie Sharp might be the all-time perfect game leader in showcases attended. He is a regular at everywhere. He loves playing. He was 5'7", 145 pounds when he was a freshman, I'm pretty sure. If not even that big. But a young man with a lot of talent and who loves to play baseball. He's going to be a heck of a player for the Wolverines.
Number 9, Devin Fitzgerald.
We'll do it for Reggie. This is Devin Fitzgerald, Florida native, NC State commit, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Great baseball program.
It's always worth noting Marjorie Stoneman Douglas as quality of the program, the PG national champions 2 of the last 3 years, and the other year they finished second.
Ooh, that's a nice run.
Yes. And the fact that they're a public school, that obviously has been in the news for far more tragic reasons than their baseball program. But they're a public school. It's not like they're a private school that recruits. They're not an academy that, or anything like that. They're a good old-fashioned public school.
You couldn't count to 5, however. I'm just teasing. He tried to leave after 4 throws.
Number 16, Bryce Rayner.
We'll do it for Fitzgerald. Bryce Rayner, Simi Valley, California. Another good baseball program, Harvard-Westlake.
Yeah, I would say so. Rayner, the 7th-ranked player, and he's been a two-way guy for a lot of his career as a pitcher, and I think he's come out recently and said, I really don't want to pitch. I'm a everyday player. I'm a shortstop.
Does that affect your rankings then when you're doing okay?
No.
Good to ask. Good to know.
Yeah, he's been a high-level player for so long, back even, in the 13, 14-year-old age groups.
Number 19, Ethan Serwitz.
94, Ethan Serwitz, next man in. His primary position listed at third base, but again, everybody takes their throws from short. See our first baseman after this, though.
Number 28, Chris Newstrom.
86. Newstrom, next man in. Chris Newstrom from Phoenix. I think we saw him throwing 94 from the outfield. Newstrom from Chaparral High School. One more for Chris. Pretty good catch over at first. Newstrom wraps up his throws. Owen Pano. New York State, Ole Miss commit. Highly ranked player from this class.
He just looks like a baseball player, doesn't he?
I was thinking the same thing.
He just looks like a baseball player, an athlete. From the shoulders to the hips to the chin.
Slow roller, the fifth and final throw by Owen Pano.
Number 31.
Ninth-ranked player in the class.
Louis Costello.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez over there in the first base dugout. Got a quick camera shot of
Gonzo.
him standing next to PG CEO Brad Clement.
This is Lou Costello. I'll go show you where I was sitting for Game 7 of the 2001 World Series, right here in this building.
So you were looking up to the upper deck, I saw, but
Games 1, 2, 6. But 7, I was right behind home plate, but first row of the upper tank. Costello finishing his throws.
sounds like an outstanding seat to me.
Ty Salazar.
They closed the roof at some point because it was starting to rain. And remember, those games were in November when the World Series concluded because of 9/11 that year. But we didn't even notice because of the euphoria inside this facility. Also saw Ty from the outfield, so we're seeing him from both outfield and short. Give him an extra second to gather, but a nice throw to finish for the Tennessee commit. Miles Goshen from West Hills, California. Primary third baseman for Miles. Worth repeating again, turf on the infield, but regular dirt, so you don't have that true fake dirt turf feel. You do get the dirt once it comes to you off the carpet.
Number 14.
I've never talked to any player, ex-big league or even ex-pro, who's played on those fields, the split, and see how that affects them. It would be an interesting aspect to get some feedback.
I would agree. Jeff Lucci, and this used to be, with the regular grass, it was a rocket. I mean, that ball hit and it would shoot due to the dryness and heat and everything, but probably a little more natural feel, even though it's unnatural turf, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Lucci had to go to the right side of second base to make that play, and then just took out about 20 of his colleagues behind the screen. Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania native. That'll do it for Jeff Lucci.
David Meisel.
David Meisel next in. Sierra Madre, California, UCLA commit. Representing the green team, the third of our 6 teams we've seen today. We'll welcome in 6 teams a few days from now once we get through our games and such.
He's a career 401 hitter at PG events. So we know he can swing the bat. And a primary middle infielder going to UCLA. He can flash the leather too.
That'll do it for Meisel.
Number 18. Rustin Rigdon.
Rustin Rigdon next man in. Another Georgia native. This is the longest of the throws with that backhand of the hole.
And it's almost never going to be the top throw on the radar gun.
That might have been it, but it was kind of a sling there from Rigdon. Maybe more of an athletic play.
It's what you want to see as a scout is the change in the arm angle. Because some players, especially at the next level down, aren't comfortable changing their arm angle, and you just know it. That it's something you have to be able to do, to play certainly upper level college baseball.
Another LSU Tiger, Nebraska native, Cale Fountain.
Mentioned Fountain earlier, running a 6.65, I believe, 60 at 6'5". I'll call that 230 pounds.
Number 31.
We'll do it for Cale Fountain.
Levi Sterling.
Here's Levi Sterling. We saw him throw 96 from the outfield. LA, California. See what type of numbers we get out of Levi Sterling.
I don't think he ever let it go there. I think you're right. He did on the first. And that's the one you really should let it go. It's hit right at you. Hopefully you've warmed up enough. You're feeling fresh. You're not as if you notice these guys are like doing a 40-second, on the move the whole time. There's no pause to catch your breath.
Yeah, you're feeling it when you're done.
Yeah. Oh no, when kids run off the field, they're breathing hard, and so it makes your first one should be your hardest. I think some of the real big numbers we get are the one up the middle when guys will just non-game
like
action. Oh, he bobbled that.
He did, but he let it. He was going to get his money's worth after the bobble.
Yeah, after the bobble, you might as well. But the occasional unrealistic numbers you see are the one up the middle when they go over the top with the momentum.
Samuel Richardson next. Olive Branch, Mississippi. He is uncommitted. Samuel.
I'm looking forward to seeing him hit. Because the ball comes off, even with that ranking, 23rd, he's in the upper echelons. The ball comes off his bat different than most of his peers.
I like it when you tease.
Yes.
What we're going to see a little bit later on from Richardson.
We'll hopefully see it in batting practice, and even more, I hope we see it in the game.
Number 10, Caden Sheffield.
Richardson out. Caden Sheffield in. Georgia Tech commit.
Well, the roster makers did us no favors, because we have number 10 Caden Sheffield, shortstop, going to Georgia Tech, and we have number 11 Gray. We'll see next Noah Sheffield from Tampa Jesuit. You may have heard of his dad, Gary.
I have.
But to put the two Sheffield, that can't be an accident, putting them back-to-back numbers on the same team.
I did a softball game the other day with 62 players, and when there was back-to-back numbers that were the same thing in names, I said that can't happen.
Yeah.
Got to separate.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, here's Noah, Florida State commit. He has the bat waggle like that,
yes,
doesn't he?
He had an older brother who was still playing college ball now, and I apologize for not having the name handy, who didn't have the bat waggle. But I think Noah's a pretty darn good athlete, and when I've seen him before, he's been able to get away with it.
I think Dad started at short as well for the Brewers.
Oh, yeah.
He was on the move to third or whatnot.
Number 13, Connor Schaus.
We saw Connor Schaus throw 99 from the outfield, and my goodness, did he let one go that nearly took out about 10 guys just beyond the screen. This is another one where he might load up for a throw across the diamond, a little more accurate that time for the Georgia native.
Yeah, he's not even trying to throw hard on the backhand,
Right.
just throwing accurately. No. There's his. Whatever this throw number is going to be on that one. Although he was 97 on his first throw, too.
Number 18, Tanner Walter.
Just putting up some numbers today. 97 after 99 from the outfield. Tanner Waldrop from Auburn, Alabama. This is the gray team again with the maroon and navy to follow before we see our infielders and catchers. And then on to batting practice.
Waldrop, 6'1", 185, primary catcher.
Number 19, Eric Parker.
This is Eric Parker. He ran a 6.49 earlier this afternoon here at Chase Field.
I think he ran a 6.39 on his
that
first
right?
go-through. Parker from North Gwinnett High School in Georgia. Only 17 years, 2 months, so one of the younger players out here. 34th ranked in the country and 4th overall in Georgia.
Fourth of 5 throws for Eric Parker. Working our way through the gray team.
Austin Irving.
It's Austin Irby from Virginia Beach, Virginia, going to East Carolina. Going to be a Pirate.
Six foot, 190, also only 17 years, 4 months old.
You start talking about the ages, and again, we know this is the 2024 class. That's where it amazes me, even though I know, right? We know these kids are young, another year of high school baseball to go, but then you see the skills on display, such as today, and it really makes you question whether these kids could be older. You know, you could throw them into a college game and say, here, go get them. Oh, yeah.
Number 28, Dalton Wentz.
Dalton Wentz next up from Madison Heights, Virginia. South Carolina Gamecock commit.
Wentz has been up to 93 on the mound. I'm not sure whether he's pitching here or not. He doesn't pitch often at PG events. That ranking is based on his hitting ability. Hit 415 at PG events last
Number
year.
18, number 6, Alex Hernandez.
So 97. This is Alex Hernandez representing the Maroon team, another Georgia native. We saw him throw 96 from the outfield.
I was about to say, I remember a big number from him from the outfield as well. Is he another young man who's been up to 93 off the mound, just very recently, as a matter of fact? He's having a great summer. He's hitting 460 in 22 games this summer with 3 home runs, a 1345 OPS.
Number two for Alex.
Ira Jeffers.
Go from 6 to 7. So he threw the exact same velo from the outfield to the infield. Here's Ira Jeffries, another Atlanta, Georgia native. Curious on the reading of that throw. You were thinking the same thing, weren't you? We'll do it for Ira Jeffers.
Number 10, Colt Myers.
Colt Myers from St. Augustine, Florida. Florida Gator commit. A lot of Florida Gators here as well. Big number of those. Tremendous season for the Florida Gators.
We haven't seen any of your Arkansas Razorbacks.
Not yet. They're coming. There's a few.
There's a few. After that recruiting class they had, that, as we were talking about, largely avoided the draft, I don't think they have any slots left on their roster for for this class.
It might be an issue. Roster management's never any fun, and I know the college coaches just hate the timing of the draft this week. They prefer 2-3 weeks ago. If not,
They complained about when the draft was in June. They complained about when the draft.
it doesn't
was.
leave you a lot of time to kind of figure things out before kids get on campus. I would say that. Camden Scobie, Lakeland, Florida. Saw him throw 92 from the outfield.
I think the college coaches are going to complain about the transfer portal more than about when the draft is.
No, there's a lot of both. You're right. There's no shortage of complaints. It's more challenging to be a baseball coach than basketball or football by a wide margin because of the fact you recruit these kids, then you don't know if you're going to get them. And then there's this constant movement.
Every one college coach, high-level D1 coach, basically said that it's turned us all back into junior college coaches again.
But it is.
Where you have to basically re-recruit every class.
Constant. Gian DeCastro, the Florida native, takes over representing a Maroon team. 5th of 6 teams here for day 1 of the National Showcase. Chase Field, Phoenix, Arizona. That'll do it for DeCastro. Luke Dickerson next in. He put up an eye-popping 60 number earlier. New Jersey native, Virginia commit. Last one for Dickerson, throwing on the run. Good snag at first. That'll complete his 5 throws. Jackson Forbes. Next in.
Jackson Forbes, number 22 Maroons.
Peoria, Arizona. And an Arizona Wildcat for Chip Hale and company. That one hit the side of the mound, so a little bit of misdirection for Jackson Forbes. He hung with it.
For the Navy team, number 6, Jason Consorenia.
On to the Navy team. Consorenia from California, UCLA commit. Kicks off our 6th and final team worth of shortstops. We get to the first baseman.
Yeah, I've got my scouting eyes open, of wondering why he's an outfielder now, and he looks like a third baseman to me. We know not every, just because you play a position and for your high school or for your travel team doesn't mean that's going to be your future position.
Well said.
That's where the team needs you.
Number 7,
Right.
Caleb Bonner.
Caleb Bonnemer, 6'5", 060 earlier, a Michigan native. strong and accurate throw from the backhand. Last throw for Caleb.
Number 10, Theo Gillen.
Theo Gillen next in, Austin, Texas native, Westlake High School, Texas Longhorn commit.
O'Reilly was with us in mid-May.
I think there will be a lot of eyes on Gillen this event. He has had the worst luck in this class of any player with injuries. He's missed most of the last 2 years with various injuries. Just, you know, I think the whole baseball community at this age is rooting for him to stay healthy because of all the time he has lost. Obviously has maintained his PG rankings. He was, I think, top 10 in the class before the injury. So, young man we're all rooting for.
See more of Theo as this week unfolds. This is Grant Hollister from Blue Springs, Missouri in the Kansas City area, Indiana commit.
I know. I'm not like that yet. And, they still have a spot. They still haven't yet.
Nice pick at first on the strong one-hop throw by Hollister.
Number 13, Gavin Kelly.
For all you first basemen out there who hope to be playing here someday and are looking forward to attending a perfect game showcase, yes, the scouts are watching how you pick and stuff move at first base.
It's good to know.
During drills. It's our next drill will be the first baseman with 5 ground balls and their throws, which is obviously part of the evaluation. But yes, we are watching how you handle throws at first base as well.
When these guys are loading up for some radar readings, you might get tested at first as Gavin Kelly gets into his round. Pittsburgh native, West Virginia commit. That'll do it for Gavin Kelly.
Number 15, Eddie Reinders.
Hope it didn't offend you.
On we go to Eddie Reinder.
Reinder's a Wisconsin native, committed to Kent State.
This will do it for Reinders.
Number 17, Trey Snyder.
88 the top throw time for Reinders.
Trey Snyder next in. Tennessee volunteer commit. A few more infielders from the Navy, at least shortstops, left side of the diamond infielders.
Number 25, Sage Sanders.
On we go. DeSage Sanders. He kept everybody loose on that first one. Another Westlake High School product, known for their quarterbacks and baseball players. Houston Cougar commit for Todd Whitting. A funny bounce there on that last stop. Sanders hung with it.
Well, even on a big league field, after 16s of drills, you can just see the groundskeepers down there cringing right now. My beautiful infield is torn to shreds.
Good point. A lot of infielders have picked up some of that dirt. I think that's going to do it for our infielders We will see our first baseman, though, however, coming up. So we'll step aside, take a break here from the Perfect Game National Showcase. We'll come back with our first baseman, our catcher's pop times, as we work towards batting practice in day one. Back in a moment. Brett Dolan, David Ronsley from Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. We've run the 60, 6 teams worth. We've seen our outfielders throw and infielders. Some have worked from both positions. Now we're down, David, to the first baseman and the catcher's pop times.
Yes, and first with the first baseman, what you're looking here is from a scouting perspective. The arm really isn't a factor. You'll see some like pitchers who are also first basemen who have good arms. It's more like how accurately you can throw, especially that throw to second base, the one that the first baseman have to make, whether it's on a pickoff throw or a ground ball to start a double play. So footwork, how you field the ball. The best first basemen are generally going to be the left-handers who you'd say, hey, if he was right-handed, he'd be playing shortstop. And you find those sometimes. At that low, they field low, they bend their knees, they work behind the ball. They have all that footwork to make good balanced throws.
AJ Ivasco will begin things, our Nebraska native, Kansas State commit.
Same thing, there's going to be 5 ground balls. I lose track of which one we're going to do it. The throw times are to third base, the first 2. Then you'll play back and spin to go to second. Then you'll come back to the bag, play it off the bag, go to second, then a slow roller on the 5th.
This throw going to third base, heads up, off the screen, that's A.J. Ivasco, and it'll segue into Cooper Johnson, Jefferson, Georgia, another Ole Miss product.
I think we saw the graphic just before we went to break, Brett, but the record for throws, the velocity, for the first baseman at the PG National Showcase is 95 miles an hour. That's very impressive considering, everything like that. But not so impressive when you hear the person who threw 95. Bobby Miller. Bobby Miller now a starting pitcher with the Los Angeles Dodgers and doing exceptionally well.
For the goal team,
Oh, yeah.
number 10, Noah Franco.
Like that. Cooper Johnson done. There he goes.
There we go.
Noah Franco.
Noah Franco will probably throw in the night. I don't know why you have those. They're nice glasses. I'm sure they are. Probably some Oakleys you picked up at a festival or something and still prized. But 6 o'clock inside the helmet.
Well, we saw him throw a 96 from the outfield, so I'm with you. But this is an IMG Academy product.
From Southern California, but goes cross country to attend IMG.
Number 14 goal, PJ Orlando.
That'll do it for Franco.
That's about as square shoulders as you'll ever see. 96, a new record for the event. Not shocked by that.
Well, he threw the same from the outfield as he did from the infield. This is PJ Morlando from South Carolina.
Number 3 ranked prospect in the class, and PJ could make an argument for being the best hitter in the class too. His bat is special. Really has started off as a catcher. I'm surprised he didn't take drills in the outfield too. We saw him in Jupiter make just an incredible play in right field. But yeah, PJ's tool is his bat.
Number 23, Ryan Costello.
This is Ryan Costello, another New Jersey native, future Pitt Panther. There goes Ryan Costello.
For the green team, number 8, Houston Wheeler.
Houston Wheeler from Phoenix. Seen him already at another position. Oregon State commit. A little bit of a short on throwing mechanics.
Number 24, Jackson Glue.
That'll do it for Wheeler. Jackson Glick from Kansas City. Three teams into our 6 for the first baseman, leaving only the catchers remaining before we see all these teams. So 6 take batting practice. 6 more teams will roll in later on this week here to Phoenix.
For the green team, number 6, Alejandro Ludero.
Alejandro Ludero next in from Florida.
Primary catcher. You can see that catcher's body with the big thighs and hips. There, it just looks strong all over.
Number 32, Carter McKay.
Carter McKay. Arlington, Tennessee. Memphis Tiger commit. Sometimes I think these guys are in such a hurry to move on to the next position, they might not completely finish that throw. You don't completely control the tempo, but you have a big say in it when you're ready and set up.
McKay showed a lot of, was very light on his feet for a 6'3", 225-pound athlete. Kind of like that.
This is Michael Torres. We saw him hit 95 from the outfield from Miami, Florida.
Yeah, Torres is an example of somebody who'd probably be playing shortstop or something if he was right-handed. I would call him way too athletic for first base, but you know, in general.
I had that thought too. As he started his throws, that left-handedness does kind of narrow you down a little bit.
It narrows you significantly. It's almost like an automatic. If you're a left-handed thrower, you're going to spend some time at first base.
Gian DeCastro. You saw him throw from the infield, now moving over to first. Weston, Florida native, 140th ranked.
I've never seen any numbers about what percentage of innings played in the big leagues are played by right-handed throwers versus. I'm sure it exists somewhere. I just have never seen it.
Another good thesis. I've given you 2 on your significant free time here in the summer.
See, most of those things I could just, make up through experience. I really have no idea.
I'll be curious as well. Samuel Bradley from Georgia, Kentucky commit. They like their big first baseman at Kentucky. Last one for Bradley.
Number 32, Taft Middleton.
Taft Middleton. He's from Columbus, Georgia, future Auburn Tiger. Big size, 6'3", 210 for Taft Middleton.
For the Navy team, number 21.
Now we're on to Navy.
Mitch Wilson.
Mitch Wilson, Paulding, South Carolina, North Carolina commit, first up. Probably see Mitch throwing from behind the plate real soon as well. Catchers due up next with their pop times. That'll do it for Mitch Wilson, representing Navy. Trey Craig next in, Mansfield, Texas, and Texas A&M commit. The big frame, 6'4", 220.
Well, there's various numbers out there, Brett, for what percentage of first basemen. No, like really numbers I want to quote and bite into, but most of them say it's about 50-50. From 1921, I think it was 16 of the 30 primary first basemen were right-handed. Another year, 54% of the putouts at first base were made by left-handed first baseman. So there's been studies on it, and it seems like it's about a 50-50 thing.
Might not have guessed that.
I might not have either.
Well, coming up next, we'll see our catcher pop times. By the way, we did have a record, though, for the first baseman.
Oh, yes, we definitely did. Bobby Miller's day in PG history books has gone down. He'll have to be satisfied with winning big league games.
Well, we started today running the 60s. And every year, every group, you're going to see some impressive numbers, no doubt. We moved on, saw the outfielders throw. We've seen a handful of guys throw both from the outfield and the infield against 6 teams represented, 6 of our 12 here from the Perfect Game National Showcase. So we had some triple-digit velocities from the outfield, too.
We saw the all-time record of 102 tied by catcher Cade Arambidi.
So we had a record from the outfield, we tied it, and a new record from the infield. That's not a bad start.
That's not a bad start. Not surprising. The players are training for things. You've got athletes that like seeing their names in the record books, and they're very talented athletes.
So our infielders throw from short. Our first baseman just completed their round, and we're down to the catchers before we get to take David and my favorite batting practice. But there's our tools of ignorance, and the catcher is ready to rock. Pop times. Have we seen pop times, David, maybe drop over the last 6-7 years too, or are these catchers kind of figured out the showcase mechanics behind it?
No, I think what we've seen, the best pop times are going to be in the mid 1.7s, maybe high 1.7s at an event like this. You've seen the velocities improve.
Okay.
And you're going to see a eye-popping velocity from Harrison Vesey, who is one of the strongest arms in the class. But I want to emphasize again, the pop time is the sexy number right here, but I don't even include pop time in my reports unless it's a game pop time, because this is you're looking at more stuff as an evaluation, and it's an artificial situation. There's no hitter in there. You'll see the catchers who jump into the right-hander's batter's box. They can't do that. They're standing well before the ball gets there. What the scouts want to see is game actions. Stay low, work into your throws from a low. Ryan Schwartz might throw 90 here.
We saw him throw 95 from the outfield,
Yeah.
92 from the infield.
Oh, now see what he did. He strode so far out that he stepped beyond the mat and onto there. That's not a game action at all. You're never going to end up 3 feet in front of the plate when
Too
you
far.
throw. Yeah,
Might actually slip coming off that mat.
he did on the first one. And he needs to make an adjustment and do more game actions, or set up farther back in the box, or make an adjustment.
It's almost maybe a guy with a bat standing in the batter's box might kind of keep you.
We've talked about it.
Is that right?
Oh yes. And if you want to get Twitter to blow up, you start talking about this. Unfortunately, I'm not on Twitter, so I won't hear any comments
Good for
on
you.
what I'm
Congratulations.
saying here. So, but what Schwartz is doing here, what a lot of catchers do, and probably should if they want to, it's gaming the system. But they'll take 2 or 3 throws where they just try to put up a velocity number, and set really rear back and everything, and then 2 or 3 throws where you throw fast and you get the quick release, the more game actions. So then you get the best of both worlds.
This is Chase Fralick, Auburn commit.
Another thing catchers do, they get side saddled, like Fralick is there. You're not doing that in a game, because if that pitch comes in low and inside, you can't block it. It goes to the backstop.
Can't react fast.
Yeah, you goes to the backstop and runners advance another base. Or catching on one knee. That will demonstrably slow down your pop times, catching on one knee.
Number 5, Cade Arambidi.
Here's Aaron Beatty. We saw him hit 102 from the outfield.
Yeah, and you're going to see 90 plus from behind the plate.
Do you like him as a catcher?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you watch him in games, and he's throwing 1.85s in games. And again, that's what you hope to see. The runners, when we get to the games starting tomorrow morning, the runners are encouraged to go. There's all sorts of some of the rules of the showcase games are encouraging base runners by using our ghost runners and such. So there will be running, and then you will get to see Aaron Beatty. But those aren't bad. Those are pretty close to game actions there. He's starting on one knee, which I find interesting, but he's not winding up at all. He's staying down. The one knee is keeping him down. So whatever time he's going to tie. Speaking of tied records, he just tied the all-time record of 172.
He set 2 records today.
Yes.
He might have tapped it.
We might have been a little. I think the last throw was 170. So we may have a new record holder there with Cade Arambidi. And again, that's not a shock to me. I'm sure he threw 90 plus as well.
All right, Hogan Denny, you get to follow that with your round.
Yeah.
Go get him.
But Aaron Beatty just isn't the big arm. He's got the full package. He's ranked 4th in the country. I would say Blake Mitchell went a surprising 8th overall. The catcher from Texas, PG All-American from last year.
To the Royals, I think.
And I would say that comparing Mitchell and Aaron Beatty as catchers at the same stage, Mitchell is a better athlete. Aaron Beatty has better tools, if that makes sense. Mitchell played shortstop in high school, basically. He is that level of an athlete. He was, mid-90s off the mound and threw a lot. Aaron Beatty's skill set as a catcher, I think, is more advanced. His footwork, his release, his exchange, all those things. And here's another pretty good catcher, Bert Mabies.
Yeah, just finished up his round, top 50 player in the class. Chris Newstrom. Seeing a lot of future Tennessee Volunteers in this event. I think we saw Newstrom throwing almost mid-90s earlier.
With the green team,
That had 2 hops in it, still got to second base in the blink of an eye. On to the green team we go. Third of our 6 teams. Caitlin Applefield. Primary catcher, Cal Golden Bear in his future.
I think of all the positions, I'm the biggest stickler for accuracy
Josh Frager.
is during the catching drills. Because you're working under controlled non-game situations.
Makes sense.
And if you can't throw the ball accurately then, your chances of throwing accurately in a game are virtually nil, in my opinion.
I think you're onto something. Braden Krenzel there from Ohio. I will say the 5 throws come pretty quickly, too. As a player. You might be a little bit fatigued at the end of that round.
Alejandro Ludero.
On to the great team, Alejandro Ludero from Pembroke Pines, Florida.
You saw Ludero show pretty good athleticism at first base and during first base drills. Tag throws with the last 3.
Caden Sheffield.
There goes Ludero. 185. This is Caden Sheffield, Georgia Tech commit. That helmet on as best you can over 5 throws. Good luck on that. It comes flying off the head violently.
Number 18, Tanner Waldrop.
Next up will be Tanner Waldrop. The 190 there. Aaron Beatty had the 170. Waldrop from Auburn, Alabama. And you get a little bounce to you as a catcher too. Those 5 throws go by quickly.
Yeah. Oh, and I don't know whether it's the most important thing on a young catcher. It certainly ranks right near the top. Is simply your lower half athleticism and bounce, how you come out of your crouch. And that, in this drill, you can't see how you shift side to side, but you can see how you come out of your crouch, or even whether you're down in a low and flexible position. So Fine isn't showing anything now because he's not getting down into a crouch.
Sure.
So it's hard to evaluate that, and that's going to send an evaluation down if you aren't doing something that you need to see for the evaluation.
It actually impact the accuracy of the throws too.
Yeah,
A little bit for Dylan Fiend.
Derek Gonzalez Adams.
Moving on to the maroon team. Derek Gonzalez Adams from the Carlos Beltran Baseball Academy in Puerto Rico.
It's like I mentioned, Carlos Correa and Francisco Lindor is the best infield drills I've ever seen. I have a very clear number 1 ever for catching drill. The thing is, he hasn't played in the big leagues. He may never play in the big leagues. You're familiar with him because you probably broadcast a lot of games in the SEC with him. That's Cooper Johnson. Went to Mississippi. He was so flexible in his lower half, and he did a drill at a showcase where I looked at my notes the other day just to make sure I had it right. It's the perfect drill. That's almost what I wrote, just as a note. Everything he threw, 5 straight tag throws at 1.8 to 1.85 with perfect game, everything, and it was wonderful. It was a goosebumps thing.
Dare to dream on that. Evan Taveras next in from Fort Myers.
And if Johnson can just be one of those guys, like an Austin Hedges or somebody like that who can hit 180 to 200 and be a, elite level catcher, he has the ability to. I'm not sure where he is in the minors now, but I wish him the best just because of that one drill.
Understood. I like it.
Number 25, Michael Kalinich.
Michael Kalinich next up from Longwood, Florida. East Carolina commit.
If you're wondering who that young man in the chair is, right there we see in every shot, that is the immortal Clint Hurdle.
He's got a nice little seat there.
Oh, yeah.
This Clint?
Yes. One of the great baseball men I have ever been privileged to meet. But if you ever get a chance to talk to Clint Hurdle, do so.
We did in the elevator today. At least
you
I
did.
did.
Okay, outstanding. You've already had a good day today.
I've interviewed Clint a few times in his Rockies days. Johnny Gifford next man in, but I would agree with you. Just about done with our catchers. We have completed quite a bit of our day one. Looks like we've got one or two more. Gavin Kelly from Pittsburgh. Get his opportunity. West Virginia commit. Time to start swinging the bats, though, once we've worked our way through the 60s, the outfitters, the infielders, first baseman, now catchers. Set more than a few records here in day one. Next group coming in, we'll have some new numbers to shoot for. That's it for Gavin Kelly. Mitch Wilson still representing the Navy team. North Carolina commit. Taking his 5 throws. Good size, 6'3", 195 for Mitch Wilson.
Number 22, Jack Giordano.
Jack Giordano from San Diego. San Diego commit. Jumps in there representing the Navy team. This will be our final catcher of the round.
You have to go like to events and they click on it. So switch it right away.
Maybe one more for Giordano. And that is going to do it for our catchers. Aaron Beatty stood out again, but that'll complete our drills before we take a quick break. We'll come back. Batting practices are due up next. We're going to see 6 teams go through their swings here at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. Day 1 of the Perfect Game National Showcase. Back for batting practice right after this. Welcome back to Phoenix for the Perfect Game National Showcase. Hey, don't miss the start of Perfect Games All-Star Season as the 11 and 12U Select Festivals take center stage in East Cobb, Georgia. Action starts on Saturday, August the 12th, with the 11U Select Fest. It'll continue on Sunday as the top 12U players in the land take the field. For two great events, one amazing weekend, both games streaming live exclusively on perfectgame.tv. Be on hand for both. In East Cobb in just about the middle of August. So that's what's ahead, but ahead for us will be batting practice. With 6 different teams, David and I will have a chance to see these young men. And David, just take us through kind of what they're going to get. I believe 10 swings.
Yeah, it's going to be 10 swings per hitter. If you're a switch hitter, and I know there's a few of them here, you get 6 per side. And you're being graded on any number of things during batting practice, but, you know, at the beginning and end, the most important thing is bat speed. You know, showing your bat speed. You know, when I'm taking notes for a normal batting practice, I'm talking, you know, stance and shift into contact, lower half use, where you load your hands, timing of the swing. But when you really get down to it, it's barreling up balls and barreling up balls hard. And with all the different analytics and electronics we have now, we're keeping track of exit velocities during batting practice, a whole lot of different things like that. You know, and to be quite honest, the analytics always seem to match the eye test. But
I like it when that happens.
Yes, but you know, you're going to see some home runs. I wouldn't be surprised at all. And of course, you know, the whole BP thing. A lot of people watching us today probably watched the home run derby last night. This is not a home run derby. You're being graded on it, but there will be some balls hit out.
Jason Bello, our first man in. Florida native. Starting with a line drive approach.
And we'll see some different camera angles during this BP. There's another one from up top, so you get appreciation for where the ball's going, and that one's going deep down the left field line, and it is our first home run.
Yes, it is in the bullpen.
But this open side view is the one that it's best to evaluate a swing from. You see everything that's going on. You see the weight shift. You see the hand use the hand path. You know, you're seeing everything from this side. And
we're using all the fields there for Jason Bello. First man up, maybe a little bit of adrenaline pumping through those veins when you're the first guy to get up there. No cage. All the teams on hand. This is Bryce Clavon. We saw him run a 6.42 and then throw 93 from the infield. Part of the East Cobb Astros. He says some people call them the evil empire. But for a young man from Kell High School, he could crawl across the street to East Cobb from his high school.
And one thing that's on display for everybody in Chase Field right now, up on the big board, you can just barely see, I don't know whether you can see the numbers, as they have the exit velos and the exit angles up on the board. This is going to be something that's on the board during the games, I'm sure. It's also, Lloyd Thompson, who's out throwing BP, is, you know, I think he probably knows he throws 47 over and over and over.
The funny thing is, Clavon said when he went to Clemson, they had a swing analysis ready for him. So these analytics are part of recruiting now as well.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, when you hear colleges talk about their labs, their hitting labs and their pitching labs, that's what they are. Is using all the advanced Rapsodo being just one of the many companies, TrackMan, that do all these advanced analytics where you're breaking down swings and deliveries in so many different ways. You know, to have that ready for a recruit when he gets to campus. So he knows a lot of his numbers. He doesn't necessarily understand them. You know, he knows he has coaches telling him to get into your hips more, use that hip quickness and turn. But when you get to see it, it leaves an impression.
I like that. This is Johnny King from Naples, Florida. Big-bodied kid at 6'4". Southwest Florida Player of the Year. Of course, those left-handers can also take aim at the pool, the swimming pool out there in right center.
My memory of that pool is after the All-American game, and that's going to be a little short.
In the neighborhood, though.
Of course, the winning West team all getting into the pool in rather dramatic fashion, and every Diamondbacks employee in the whole building cringing at that moment.
Yeah, jumping over that fence and then jumping in the pool.
I'm sure that will be addressed before this year's All-American Classic. No dog piles, no jumping in the pool.
I'm sure their thought process was strength in numbers when they all went.
Yeah.
You could stop me, but you're not stopping all of us, I guess. Line drive to left center by King to wrap up his round of 10 swings.
Now batting number 10, Lucas Ramirez.
Lucas Ramirez. Another left-hander is going to bat from Weston, Florida, and a Tennessee commit. He's got that toe tucked back on his swing, his approach.
Hey. Hey.
Yeah, there is almost an infinite number of ways to start a swing with your lower half and your feet. You know, I have always, especially at this level, valued simplicity, because when you create something that impacts your timing, especially at a young age when you don't have the repetitions that a big league hitter has, for instance, or a professional hitter, anything that creates a variable in your timing is going to negatively impact that timing. And timing is so vital to hitting, and I don't think a lot of young guys realize how important it is. Now, something else, Lucas Ramirez is putting up 88 or 98, 99, 102 mile an hour exit velocities here too. So he is spanking some balls hard.
102 in that second to last swing.
And we'll try to, since this is, I'm not used to having this immediately available. This is going to be my stat for this as we go through not only these 16s but the next 16s, and citing some of these exit velocities, because that's something that jumps out. You know, we're looking at raw bat speed, and there's no better, indicator of raw bat speed than how hard the ball comes off the barrel.
Obviously, it's a beauty of being in the big league ballpark with the technology available as Christopher Rembert bats.
And just as a reminder, the very top bat speeds or exit velocities, game exit velocities in the big leagues, are your Aaron Judges, your Giancarlo Stantons, now your Ellie De La Cruz's, or up in the upper teams, 118s. I think didn't De La Cruz have like a 122 or something, like one of the highest ever?
You wonder how much higher they can go.
Yeah, as long as the equipment's the same, And a reminder, they're hitting off 47 right now instead
it's
of
worth repeating. You're right.
94.
So you're providing all of the pop yourself.
Yes, basically. And Rembert's been steady 97, 98. That's his level right now, is 97, 98 for the most part. And I think it's, I wish they had it at every showcase. And I told you, to show the different priorities on things, I said I almost don't pay attention to pop times, and yet here I'm fixating on exit velocities. I don't pay much attention to infield throw times, but again, exit velocities or spin rates for pitchers. Those are important numbers that, again, it's often matching what your eyes are showing you, but it's sure nice to see. It's a useful number. And even on a ground ball like that, that's still 101 off Garrett Shull's bat on a ground ball that he didn't square up.
Enid, Oklahoma native.
I don't know. I'm kind of in my mind thinking, okay, what's the best we're going to see? Exit velocity. That was 103 right there. And Shull's very impressive here because he's not selling out for it. He's taking
smooth, isn't it?
He's taking a good, short, crisp, direct swing. 6'1", 205, so a strong on the switch. Ooh, okay.
Here we go.
The plot thickens. He's 102 left-handed.
You would almost think that would be the secondary swing.
Yeah.
The first thing I always look at in switch hitters is is it the same swing, same fundamental swing? You have the same shift, the same hand position, and everything. Because having one switch hitting with one swing is hard enough. Switch hitting with two different swings and two different timers would be hard. A couple upper 90s, right-handed.
Almost driven.
97 on that line drive to center field. Or 96, I guess. Got to get used to the scoreboard here.
Now batting number 14, Ariston VC.
He's Ariston VC from Tyrone, Georgia.
Now VC does something you can even see there on that side angle, you especially see from the overhead, that very few hitters do now, and that lines up in a closed stance. Hitters like being open now, and he never opens. He stays closed the entire time.
We were wondering why some of the kids are uncommitted because there's very few. Well, he committed to Georgia at the age of 14. They've gone through a recent coaching change with Wes Johnson taking over, so he kind of reopened his recruitment and started talking to other schools. So he's had multiple visits to Clemson, Ole Miss, Arizona, Arizona State, so that's at least the example for Ariston. Big JT Real Muto fan as a catcher. JT gets a lot of catching love from these young men. I think he'd like to finish strong here with VC.
Well, you see the result, and VC's out of rhythm right now. Almost all his contact has been to right center field, and when you're lined up like that, that's where your best contact is almost invariably going to be.
Yeah, I think you pointed out he's just a little bit off right now. And I know that's frustrating. You start swimming upstream a little bit mentally when you know you have 10 swings. You see a little bit frustrated with that sequence.
Now batting number 15, Adonis Velez.
Somebody named Adonis has to be able to hit the ball up. I know that's trite, but
That's a good-looking frame for the young man from Orlando, Florida, Florida State University commit. He's been playing travel ball since he's 8 years old, so he said it's helped him create some habits and plays with passion and love. We get to see him swinging. He had a college verbal commitment when he was in the 8th grade, so these young men not just beat the new rules, beat him by a wide margin as he drives one out there to right center.
Helmets on or no? That's actually like the whole movie or just a picture? Thank you. Thank God. What else? What? I don't know why you like it. Like that. I thought I did that. How's your body feel, Kate?
A few more swings left for Velez.
It's not feeling terrible.
Finishes on a line drive to center.
When we were on
Complete his round.
3-week-long trip from
99.
Yeah, 99 was his time. Although he has a more power-oriented swing. He had more lift than some of these other. So he was low 90s for the most part, but he had a few balls 380, 390 feet.
Bo Walker,
I was a big fan of
Georgia Tech commit. Not far from campus, lives there in Peachtree City in the Atlanta area.
Just like actually getting like real sleep. Yeah, that's good too. Do you have ice bath at home? No.
Has a sister that runs track for Tech, so it's a huge part of his family's history. Young man who tore his labrum in a football game back in 2022 and wasn't able to finish the season or play baseball his junior year. So, health challenge.
Anytime you say labrum in a baseball context, it might be the scariest injury aside from, talking about serious back conditions or something that.
Leg lift there for Bo Walker.
Yeah, my concern there is he's getting it down late a number of times so far. And that's that variable that you can't hit if that foot isn't down on time.
And when you get it down on time, that's usually the result. That
Yeah.
one about 405 feet.
Yeah, 97 with launch angle. The ones you saw hit weakly to right field, that is when your foot is down late. You're hitting pop-ups and you're hitting the opposite way because your swing is just not going to work with your foot if you started with your foot off the ground.
Here's Ryan Schwartz, Indian Trail, North Carolina native.
And here's another big leg raise from an open stance. And a lot of these kids see their big league heroes with a big leg raise.
And again, I know that pitch isn't coming in there very fast, but it's from a close.
Yeah, I mean it's not.
location.
It's from 35 feet at 47 miles an hour.
Oh, really?
Drives one to left, back to the bleachers, and we've got ourselves a BP home run from Ryan Schwartz.
That's two.
That is true.
You know,
Reaching the warning track in deep left center. Another rocket. Two good swings for Asher Sabom to finish his round of 10.
you know, every coach hopes every one of their recruits gets better, but not too fast.
Especially from the mid-major level.
Yes, especially from the mid-major level.
This is Trevor Johnson.
But now with the transfer portal, they get better their freshman year. They're gone by
Yeah,
their
no,
sophomore
you're right.
year. So it's kind of like
It's changed everything.
you're stuck between the proverbial rock and hard place as a coach at a Woolford.
Wide open stance there for Trevor Johnson, Pennsylvania native. Full side swing there for Johnson.
Ball's getting close to the pool. That was over 400 feet right there.
It was.
Upper 90s exit velocity. Got some nice natural lift in that swing.
It's 413 to the left edge of the pool, so you've got to really torch one in that area. 407 is straightaway center, and it's 413 to the left of the batter's eye with that high fence. Another one that'll reach the warning track back there, so probably 400-ish feet.
Yeah. I'd give anything that somebody catches on the warning track right there 400 feet easy. And he hit a couple of them.
A.J. Ivasco next in from Lincoln, Nebraska. Plays for the Nebraska Prospects.
I was laughing because we almost lost a cameraman down the first baseline there.
I heard a thud, but
Yeah, that was going off the screen in front of the cameraman.
might want to rethink his position.
He has 3 and then he has 3. Okay, the Eagles go.
Big kid, though. 6'6", 215 for Ivasco.
Yes, sir. Okay. Uh,
97 on that last swing. That'll do it for AJ. He's round of 10. This is Chase Fralick. Another lefty. Another Georgian. Another Auburn Tiger. See the X on his helmet. He plays for Exposure's travel team at Cody Church.
Yeah, but then I heard it's like an hour-long wait to get in the door, so I don't want to wait outside the
This young man was a national champion tennis player, ranked as high as 3 in his class, at 35 plus Division I offers. Played at few months of pro tennis before he committed to Auburn. So I wonder if there's any translation between the tennis swing and the baseball swing. I don't know. It's interesting. He just hit himself one off the base of the fence and right.
Well, I know he's getting 100-mile-an-hour exit velocities, and he's 6'3", 210. I'm just trying to imagine a 6'3". I'm not that I follow tennis real closely, mark me, but I don't think there's a lot of 6'3", 210 players. And the fact he played professionally, he says that specifically in his profile.
May have grown out of that sport.
That's very intriguing. That's not something you hear very often.
I would say you may go years without hearing something like that.
I mean, every once in a while you hear about a tennis player. You can see where could be some cross-sport, ability. That was 105 off the barrel.
Didn't we have a Graf playing in the Junior National Showcase in Florida? Coco's brother?
Yeah.
Now batting for 26, Cooper Johnson.
There's Cooper Johnson. Another Georgia, another Ole Miss commit. Said Ole Miss was his dream school. Another Exposure National travel team player.
Right after that, we're going to go, though.
Said 4 generations of professional baseball players in his family before him.
With that kind of background, it's sort of like, what sport do you think young Cooper's going to play? He's going to be a baseball player.
Just hit himself a home run inside the right field foul pole. He's a big frame kid, though.
6'5", 210.
Big Bryce Harper fan. Says after his playing career wants to pursue a career in the big league front office. So I like that thought process already. Nice round for Cooper Johnson.
Now batting number 30, Mateo Gray.
This is Mateo Gray. Just about near the end of our first of 16s for the Black Squad. North Broward Prep High School, another Exposure product. A lot of Exposure guys on this black team.
And that's not a coincidence because there are 3 different groupings of players that come in. The players from teams 9 through 12 won't get here for 2 more days. And, all these players have their different time commitments, so it's not at all uncommon for a group like Exposure, other top, East Cobb Astros, Florida Burn, whatever. They're going from tournament to tournament, and their players are going to be all available at this time or that time. So there's a lot of communication with all 320 of these players about when do you want to come, when is the best group for you.
It's interesting. He's a UCF commit, and he said he doesn't get the attention that a lot of other kids did because he said he's not someone who's going to show you his power, speed, or arm. But UCF was the one school that saw him for his competitive attitude and his grit. One of the main reasons for committing to them.
He is ranked 132nd in the class.
Understood, but it's all perspective, right?
Yes. If that's his pride point, that's a wonderful pride point. But he's got some tools.
He does. Here's Henry Allen. Another Exposure product. You keep seeing that X on the helmet. Mississippi State commit. He lives in Auburn, Alabama, recruited by Auburn, Tennessee, and Mississippi State, but he didn't want to stay close to home. So, play at Mississippi State. Committed on his 15th birthday. So, these are the best of the best players when they've been in the books for a long time with that college commitment.
You like it? How did you like it?
99 exit velo on that last swing. It's another 99 that's going to travel even further back towards the track.
Very professional round, 103 in the last one, but just worked gap to gap, Henry Allen there. Didn't try to pull the ball, wasn't hunting for home runs. Had a couple 100-plus exit velocities there, and a very professional round. Probably on a PG scale, a 9+9 type of round.
So one team down, 5 to go. We're to complete day one of the Perfect Game National Showcase. Gold team next in. Quick hydration break for Lloyd on the mound and get him some new ammunition. If you like what you're seeing here, well, in over a month, the top 2024s of the nation will find themselves right back on this very field for the 21st annual All-American Classic with alumni like Max Clark, Jackson Holiday, Corbin Carroll, Hunter Green, Bryce Harper, and a whole lot more. This is the event on the amateur baseball calendar each and every year. 21st Perfect Game All-American Classic, streaming live Sunday, August 20th at 8 p.m. Eastern, exclusively at perfectgame.tv.
Brett, that is definitely one of the highlights of the baseball year, especially at this level. If you've never watched that game, if you live in the area, you've never attended it, get out. You will see some amazing performances, and as those names tell you, you will see the future of baseball. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, I watched Corbin Carroll, in San Diego, at the All-American game. It seems like yesterday, a couple years ago. It was a couple years ago.
It was.
And now he's an all-star and one of the best rookies to hit baseball in years for the hometown Diamondbacks here. And I do something that every once in a while. I read every box score every day, and sometimes I'll just play a game. Does every game in the major leagues that day, all 15 games or whatever, have a PG All-American in the game? And it's almost unfailingly 100% every day I do that. There are so many of them out in the big leagues now, and they're just being joined every time you hear a call-up. It's like, oh yeah, he's a PG All-American. He's a PG All-American.
I think it's good advice, though, for that game. It's been a few years. It's been several years since I've been to one. I'm coming this year on my own dime, I think, just to be here to watch it. This is Reggie Sharp. Going to start things off for the gold team.
I mentioned before that Sharp is a veteran of numerous PG showcases, and this is not a negative at all. He is so much better a game hitter than a batting practice, a BP hitter, and he's a switch hitter. Not sure, but he's the type who hit 8 straight ground balls and BP in his first time up in a game. Hit a gapper up in right center field and for a triple. And it's like, Reggie, why do you even take BP at this point? A showcase setting. I don't know whether he's trying to do things he can't, but he's an outstanding game hitter who shows plenty of juice for, 5'7", 145. But it's just not gonna happen in BP.
So the switch hitter, Reggie Sharp, getting his swings in, both righty and lefty. Might be just about it for Reggie Sharp, and is. Your scouting report may have been spot on.
Now batting on number 5, Hayden O'Rourke.
Well, Aaron Beatty threw 102 from the outfield, had a 170 pop time. Now we get to see him swing.
Yeah, he already has all of or co-holds 2 PG National Showcase records. There's no records in batting practice.
Of course, he one-hopped the fence and left on his first swing. So here we go with Cade, Tomball, Texas.
102 on that one hopper off the fence.
A stride in front of the fence and straightaway center. And how about that shot to right center where it's 413, and he one-hopped the fence.
That might come down. It's not a sure thing, but it might come down.
When it does, it's going to be in the seats and gone from Aaron Beatty.
About 10 rows deep.
Tell you what, if he can finish his BP like he has started it, it's going to be an eye-popping day for Aaron Beatty. I think that pitch was a little elevated, and he wasn't quite able to get completely on top of that baseball. David, it's that shot there that he's hit to center field or right center, to me, is in about 410-ish. That's really been impressive.
Yeah, and he had maybe 5 exit velocity. I didn't see every one, but there were at least 5 over 102. 102 to 105, 5 or 6. Kind of speaks for itself.
Wow, here's Hogan Denny. Go follow that. Hogan. You almost want an intermission once Aaron Beatty's done with his round and give everybody a chance just to kind of take it all in.
It's the only one I hit. I sliced it. 8:30 and 8:30.
Going to be a future Indiana Hoosier. Home state product. One hop the fence in left center. Last swing 97 off the bat. It's got a chance to sneak into the seats, and it'll be caught out there near the fence. .101 off the bat. Not quite enough to get out, but it will reach the warning track.
That's what I like about it. I mean, I think that's right.
There goes Hogan Denny.
Now batting number 9, Devin Fitzgerald.
Devin Fitzgerald next.
I've gone from watching the hitting mechanics to watching the exit velos and where the ball lands. I think I just went from being a scout to a fan.
Can't have that.
Unnatural for me.
I know. It's throwing you out of rhythm. Lloyd, our BP pitcher, might not want his spin rate up there on the the big board. Have our first shot back near the pool, and it did not quite reach the fence.
We've had a few balls that are long enough to get to the pool
Correct.
so far.
We have.
So it's just a matter of accuracy.
This one hit down the line and right, and hops on a bounce into the bullpen for the visitors.
Now, it used to be that every minor league park in the entire country had a sign in it. Hit the sign, win a whatever it would be. Was that the case in your days of minor league announcing?
Win a suit, win something, right?
Here it's come to be pools. Nothing different in Tropicana.
Yeah, they've got the race tank.
Yeah.
That's even a bigger shot there than here. But, this is a spacious ballpark by dimensions. It's spacious because, we're in zona. The ball travels. And when they made the transition to turf, what it allowed them to do was not have to open the thing up for the grass every day, keep the coolness in a little bit, not quite as warm or hot. We appreciate that. Record-setting temperatures in the valley this week. That'll complete the round for Devin Fitzgerald, NC State commit.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the second highest Major League stadium.
I think behind Coors, right?
Yeah, it'd be well behind.
Correct, but
by about 4,000 feet. But
the
it's
humidor
still the
comes
second
into play here.
Yeah.
Yes. This is Noah Franco from Downey, California. But he goes to IMG now in Bradenton.
Franco put himself in the PG record books earlier with a 96-mile-an-hour throw from first base.
4.0 student, completed the 10th and 11th grade in the same year. Go get him.
So as I said, when you reclassify, as Franco did, you have to do something like that. You have to be on top of your academics. And it's got to be a priority for you because you're going to have to work at it.
Franco makes a bid for a long ball, and that thing is gone. I love it how he says his dad worked hard to provide for him. He said he's been my coach, my mentor. I love it. That makes all dads smile when you read about a son saying that about dad. But left home at the age of 14 to attend IMG, so you have to be mature to do that. That'll do it for Noah Franco.
Now batting at number 13, Burke Mabius.
Berkeley Mabius from Bishop Gorman High School in Las Vegas. He's from Henderson, plays for the Canes. You see that might be a PG helmet. Nonetheless, he's an Oregon commit.
Oh, no, that's a Canes helmet.
Okay.
I said that
was
because PG doesn't have helmets anymore. We literally don't carry.
turned just from me a bit, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah. No, for 15 years at least, my first 15 years working for Perfect Game, every showcase we broke out the helmets, shipped helmets to every event. And finally, it was all these kids now have travel team helmets.
They do.
And they travel with them, whether to a showcase or whatever. And it's like, we don't need our helmets anymore.
Another 4.0 student is Burke Mabius. Switch hitter, yes indeed. He's going to switch over. His self-scouting report was strong bat on both sides. Our photog might want to be careful.
Oh, he was down there for a few swings when Noah Franco was up. That's not a photographer. That's a social media guy. It's one of the Perfect Game social
keep
media
track.
guys. Yes. In fact, I'm curious, not being a social media guy myself, whether we've added Thread to our various PG accounts in addition to Twitter and Instagram.
If you do, someone will have to come explain it to me.
Okay. It won't be me.
Understood.
What better demographic as a player can you have as being a switch hitting catcher, though?
Yeah,
I mean, there's just not many of those.
6'4", 210 pounds. Really spreads out wide in that box. That'll do it for Burke. We're on the gold team, second of our 6 teams here in day one to go through the batting practices. 10 swings unless you're a switch hitter. We've seen a few. This is PJ Morlando, highly ranked player in this class. You see number 3 for the South Carolina native. That'll get your attention early on that swing. Do we have a pool shot? Oh my goodness, it cleared into the second tier above the pool.
Did I mention before that PG Morlando may be the best hitter in the class?
I mean, David, that's 430 feet if I'm guessing. Off 46 miles an hour.
Orlando's a 423 PG hitter with career hitter with power. He hits about 600 back at Somerville High School, not far from my house in the suburb of Charleston.
It's kind of a whip-like swing, isn't it? I mean, that comes through there quick.
Yeah, first time I saw him hit, I'm like, why isn't he using his lower half? Because he really doesn't. He's got some hip whip there, and it's a tight turn, but that's all a hands whippy driven swing. he's got more bat speed there when he learns to just maybe sink in a bit, get a short stride. I mean, there's some hip turn there.
It's well explained. That'll do it for PJ Morlando.
Yeah, it's not one of those swings. Sometimes you see hitters who get spread and they don't shift at all. And that makes it pretty hard to develop bat speed and whip because you're just locked out. He's got loose hips, and if you were watching, he moves those hips just a bit to create whip.
Dante Nori, Mississippi State commit. Says the atmosphere at the Dude is second to none. He might be right. We saw him running earlier, and he told us on a self-skating report that he was a 6'18", 60. I think he ran a 6'16" and a 6'15" today.
Yes. And just hit that one to the warning track in straightaway center. Our all-time fastest runner, Michael Guyton, who ran a 5.95. I believe it was, 2 years ago?
I think so.
I see he has a younger brother who just ran the 60 at a PG 15, I think at a 15U showcase in 6.37. So he's got 2 more years as Nori goes yard.
He
with
put that one 6-7 rows up into the seats.
97 on the exit velocity. But yeah, there's another Guyton coming along the speed.
Not fair
pipeline.
that one family can have that much speed.
Hey.
Doesn't surprise me, though. Did Nori get another one? He may be one of the few that's had 2 homers in the round. Not quite enough, but tell you what, 5'11", 188, Dante Nori.
You could say the Holiday family has some of the same thing with hitting genes.
You're right. This is Bryce Rayner. Saw him throw 94 from the infield, run a 6.5 60 from Harvard Westlake High School.
And that last rocket to right off Nori's bat was an even 100. So running a 6.15 and hitting a ball 100 miles an hour can be some sort of club that has very, very few members in it.
When we ask these kids about their accomplishments, a lot of them really give us in detail all of their baseball stuff, and for good reason. But when we posed this question to Rayner, he said just getting into Harvard Westlake High School, the number 2 academic high school in the country, was a great accomplishment. So he went academics and can appreciate that, and he just bounced one on a hop into the pool area. Says he has room to add muscle. I would say once he does, he will continue to put on BP shows. It's driven out towards the pool area. Not quite enough. Good round. Here's Brennan Siegler from Knoxville, Tennessee. He ran a 6.3 360 earlier. Plays for Exposure National. See another X on that helmet. You can tell he grew up in Knoxville. His favorite baseball player was Todd Helton. His day's been done for a long time. But he's added, David, he says 40 pounds since last season. So his arm has gotten stronger. Last year he said he weighed about 170 pounds. Started this year weighing 205. Size and strength at this age becomes a big factor.
I said that earlier, that if you're 15 years old, 14 years old, and watching this, and you love baseball and you're talented, listen to stories like that. No, not everybody's going to gain that type of strength, obviously. But the work he put into doing that, it wasn't just because he was, mom was buying 7 protein shakes a week. That's something you put your mind to and say, I've got to get stronger. I know I have to. I weigh 170 pounds. I've got to get stronger.
And this is a good time to do it. This
Yeah,
age
sure.
range.
When you can eat limitless amounts of calories a day, and you know, you're 16 or 17, you get hopefully have some car keys so you can get to the weight room. And
Ethan Sirawick, another Old Miss commit,
We don't have to catch that.
plays for Knights Nation. He said Old Miss was an easy decision. Best coaches and fans in baseball and in his home state. Father's a surgeon.
Where?
A few more swings for Sirawick.
We could. Just don't think they do that, but we could.
very much a gap-to-gap oriented swing plan, swing approach with big strength. He's hit 4 or 5 balls, 99 to 104. All of them straight in the middle of the field. But he turned on the last one. Yes, he did.
Good way to finish. Not just a home run. How about 12 rows up in the stands?
And that was the only ball in 10 swings that he actually intentionally turned the barrel. He went 9 straight swings, working gap to gap, very inside the ball, and then intentionally opened up his swing. That was impressive. His ability to change his swing, turn the barrel. I sometimes get frustrated when kids won't turn the barrel. This is BP. Show us you can turn the barrel. I appreciate the work in gap to gap. There's a lot to be said for that, but I want to see you turn the barrel.
Well explained. Ryan Costello
just turns the barrel on that one.
Wow, where did that land?
It rattled.
It sure did. Without fans in the bleachers, you get the thud of when that ball makes contact.
You know, I said at the top of the broadcast, the gold team was kind of the stacked team, whether intentionally or randomly. And that was because of people like Morlando and Noah Franco, 5 of the
Beatty.
top 10, Aaron Beatty. But some of these other guys, just like Costello and Serwiak and Nori and stuff, are just putting on shows here in BP.
Well, it's been fun to watch, and I think it's a good point. Not just individuals, but collectively in this team, in this group.
I might go.
That was 101 off the bat.
You want to switch?
Good round for Costello.
Very good round. I think we're seeing enough home runs and reminding everybody we're playing in a large major league ballpark. But we're seeing a lot of those balls that hitters they're not selling out. They're hitting balls 375 up the gaps with 101 exit velocities. They're, using their game swings.
101 there, to your point, for Carson Messina.
Carson Messina is a primary pitcher and a teammate of P.J. Morlando, who's probably going to throw about 96 on the mound tomorrow, or what day of the week is today?
It's too early in the week not to know. Today's a Tuesday.
Today's Tuesday. Okay, on Wednesday or Thursday.
We ask these players if they have any family traditions, and Messina says on Thanksgiving as a family we hunt, on Christmas we hunt. South Carolina's not safe over the holidays for the Messina family. That was 104 off the bat.
Messina's just a strong young man.
I don't know.
David, it almost felt like he got jammed on that swing, and he still got one off the very top of the fence in left center. Does this one have enough to get out towards the track? Not quite, but a pretty good swing. And there goes Carson Messina. That one rattles in the bleachers. Well, you do love to finish with one of those swings in BP. This is Chris Newstrom.
He'll end on a good one.
How you doing?
Young man from Scottsdale, Chaparral High School. Says he wanted to leave Arizona and go to the SEC because the SEC's unmatched in every aspect of the game. And after having two teams playing for a national championship, he might be right. Here's a 13U and a 14U Select Fest product here at Perfect Game. Come down just shy of the warning track. It'll reach the track. You might watch a lot of teams go through a BP without a collective effort like this yellow slug.
Yeah.
Some of those feel like somewhat effortless swings still out there towards the track from Houston. Just about through our gold team, maybe a few left for the second of 6 teams.
Yeah, the reason I'm laughing is I'm thinking back, because there's always a memory, these things. You said best round of BP for a team. And if you go back to the East Coast Pro Showcase, a big Scouts invite-only showcase, one of the big showcases on the East Coast during the summer. I remember a year, early 2000s, where the three teams that took BP that day had 1, 53, and 0 home runs. The 53, we got to counting after a while, because it was the Florida team that had Prince Fielder and Denard Span and about 6 future big leaguers. And this was at UNC Wilmington on a 115-degree day. And it was just silly watching them. We were like, there wasn't a home run the whole last round, the whole last team. And it got to be like that. And it was just, Prince Fielder might have been the best BP hitter
that must
in
have been
history.
Something. No doubt. At that age?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Prince Fielder would go through a round, just hit every ball out. And his power was absolutely incredible. And you throw about 5 more future big leaguers on the team, and it was.
Owen Pano, New York native, New York State, plays for Canes National on the Mets scout team.
I expect a very, very pro-style BP from Pano. That's the kind of hitter he is. He's just hitting rockets to center field right now.
His age group is somebody that was recruited in the middle of COVID, so they had a different experience than others. Certainly, that'll be a unique part of this class as he finishes his round.
Now batting number 31, Luke Costello.
And Luke Costello, the last member of the gold team, will bat. Pennsylvania native. .98 on that last swing from Costello.
There's some real bat
101
speed
there.
here. There's some real bat speed here, Brett. I don't know what that 342 ranking is, but there's some real bat speed here.
I mean, he was about 98, 99, 100 in 3 straight swings.
I don't think he's hit a ball hard yet, Steve, to tell you the truth.
That was triple digits.
Yeah.
With top spin.
There, that one. Oh, he's not elevating yet, but he's sure hitting the ball hard.
It's hard to go just about 98 plus on almost every swing. 99 there.
Well, he's about 7 for 7, 8 for 8 with barrels too, and that's sometimes you can see the big home runs and the big exit velocities, and the next one's a dribbler. But he just hit basically 10 straight barrels.
That was
there.
consistent.
Yeah, that was nice. I think Mr. Costello just put himself on the map a little bit.
What's he doing now? He took a full round. What's another one?
I think Lloyd gave him another
All
one.
right, why not? Finish.
And he finished with another barrel.
He did. Another 99.
101? Yeah, 101 on the last one.
Hey, 2 teams down, 4 to go. We'll step aside and come back with more batting practice here from the Perfect Game National Showcase, Day 1. How do you capsulize what we just saw from that yellow team in their batting practice round?
I think they might have thrown everything a little off kilter in terms of perspective. When you see that and you're going, wow, these guys are talented, it's almost, I'm thinking, I wonder if all the other groups are going to be that impressive. Just not individuals, but the fact that while there were, people who stood out more, everybody stood out on that team. And it kind of gave me a perspective like, I want more. I may not see it, though.
Well, here we go with the green team. Ty Southson, Henderson, Nevada. We saw him throw 95 earlier. Oh, goodness. He just about lost a camera guy. He took that between his legs.
That's not a good place.
No, that's really not.
No.
I mean, that hockey puck didn't sneak through and get into the net, but there may have been a reason for that. Hard contact. He would have been more than 10 minutes behind had that hit him square. Hey, but when a guy's 5'9", 160, do you grade him differently on his batting practice for what he's probably trying to do than others who are trying to hit the pool?
At this level, as long as you're showing the bat speed and whip, and we've seen South Sing for so long that we know it's there, because there have been so many good hitters who are not 6'3", 215. The 5'9" guys. You just have to go just as far back as Tamar Johnson, who was pretty much the best hitter in that class. Corbin Carroll is not any taller than 5'9", 5'10". So no, you really don't. If you see a player who doesn't have the strength or bat speed, who's trying to lift the ball and do something he's not physically capable of, that's where you make a distinction.
This is Kalen Applefield from Carlsbad, California.
And the same thing works the other way. You can see a kid who's 6'4", 220 and has athleticism, and he's been taught to, basically have a high contact opposite field approach, and you're going like, no, he needs to be hitting the ball, out in the cheap seats, if there is such a thing anymore. He's a power guy. He's got a power body. He shouldn't be hitting like the small shortstop. So it works two ways.
Makes sense. Applefield, a Cal Golden Bear commit. Switch hitter. He'll turn around now from the left side. Tell you what, we do kind of get locked into what we're doing here because they're in the 7th inning of the Major League All-Stars. Right? You look up and you're like, well, they played on without us tonight. Ball's lifted to rather deep right center towards the pool area and caught on the track. That'll do it for Applefield.
Hey, that should be a three.
Now batting number 7, Derek Carrillo.
David, what do we have to look forward to with Derek Curiel?
Batting wise, a lot of hard line drive contact. You look at that body, 6'2", 175, so projectable. But Carriel's the number 1 ranked player in the class, not on his loudness, not like a PJ Morlando or a Cade Aaron Beatty. He's on athleticism. He's been such a high level center fielder. He's a guy that you can see winning Gold Gloves. At the big league level, he's such a good outfielder, and he's going to improve so much. As an athlete, he's not a blazer, but he's a 6'6" runner who gets outstanding jumps. He can drive the ball hard, but it's more of a high contact, gap to gap type of swing.
I don't know if he's quite locked in just yet after a handful of swings. Maybe that'll get him going. West Covina, California, and Orange Lutheran High School.
He's also been the starting center fielder for Orange Lutheran, one of the top programs in the country since day one of his freshman year.
Might be his best swing of the round at this point.
Yeah, a fairly common comp for Curiel is Pete Crow Armstrong, the former PG All-American who was right at the cusp of reaching the big leagues with the Cubs.
Houston Wheeler in there from the left side. From Sandra Day O'Connor High School here in the Valley. Future Oregon State Beaver. Timeout there by Wheeler before he climbs back in. Unlike last night at the Derby where you'd get the shower, the Gatorades and all that. Whenever you got fatigue swinging for the fences. Just a little reset here. .93 off the bat and a liner to center, and that will do it for the round of Wheeler. Moving on to Miles Goshen. Part of USA Prime National and the Tigers scout team. Part of both the 13U and 14U PG Select Festivals. Tell you what, though, it's not been an easy path with a couple of injuries. There was multiple shoulder injuries, a broken ankle that took him out of a whole high school season. Have been challenges for Miles.
He's taking a real nice round of BP. That went off the 374 sign. And we talked before about the leg raise and getting your foot down on time. He gets his foot down very early.
You're right.
Very consistently. I think 6'2", 190 might be my favorite size for an athlete this age. You know, you have length, you have some strength, some projection. That's a very nice swing. I just love that swing.
Yeah, nice line drives to finish off the round.
Mid-90s exit velocities, but there's big room to add more strength.
Terrence Keel, the second from Atlanta. He ran a 6.31 earlier today. It's interesting. He said Texas A&M is dream school for a man who grew up in Atlanta, which is a little bit interesting. Big Michael Harris fan. You got to believe when you grew up in Atlanta, you like Acuna and Albies and Harris, Strider.
Especially Harris being from the Atlanta area. And a very late developer. It's somebody that everybody, and I think PG is guilty about this as any of the pro team, forgot how young he was. Harris was drafted out of high school when he was still 17. And I'm not talking 17-10, like 17-6. And actually spent most of his days as a pitcher.
Boy, Terrence put a charge into that one, about 10 rows up in the stands. He said A&M was his dream school. His father, his alma mater was A&M. His father passed away back in 2008, so it's a great way to honor Dad by going to College Station. Big day for Terrence here at the Perfect Game National Showcase.
Well, he had remember I said there was a very rare club, the run over 100-mile-an-hour exit velocity, and let's say run under a 6.4. Well, he's in that club now.
You're right,
too.
he is.
101 exit velocity, 6'3" runner.
You're right. There aren't a lot of members when you call roll call.
Yes, you're limited by the 6. I'd say the 60 is more rare at this point than the 100-mile-an-hour exit velocity.
You're right. Jeff Luigi, next in, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania native.
Well, the measurement for power speed in the big leagues has always been, the 30-30 club. So now we could just have a showcase version, the 6'4", 100 club.
Get a plaque out and start putting some names on that. This young man is a Duke commit. And probably no surprise, a 4.0 student. Says he's a gap-to-gap hitter with more power to come. Luigi.
He's not a gap-to-gap hitter in this BP. He's a straight tomahawk pole hitter. Hit one off the right field fence, but there you go. Just on call. 99 off the barrel. Right center field gap. Goes opposite way on that.
We're starting to work into that scouting report a little bit.
Okay.
.50-degree launch angle on that thing, way up there.
Now batting number 17,
David Meiser will continue on for the green team. From Sierra Madre, California, UCLA commit. LaSalle High School.
I mentioned during his infield that he's a career 400-plus PG hitter. He's got 5 hits and 5 swings so far. Oh, that's his first out.
Dave, it's interesting. We asked these guys where their game has grown the most since the first of the year, and this was an answer I've not seen or heard or read. He said his hip mobility has gotten better, and it's allowed him to get into positions with his body and fielding and hitting that he couldn't before.
obviously doing some very specific training exercises and drills for his hips.
He's also the only man I see on a bio that said he's been inspired by Conor McGregor.
Okay. Pass. Strong pass, as they say, but to each their own.
There we go for David Maiza. This is Rustin Rigdon.
Now batting number 18, Rustin Rigdon.
Metter, Georgia. Vandy Boy, future Vandy Boy. Big Francisco Lindor fan because Francisco's a switch-hitting shortstop just like him. 98, 99, the last couple of swings, and that one is going a long ways. Back to the bleachers and up into the stands.
Barreled like all 6 of his left-handed swings there. That was impressive.
Turn around and bat right-handed for Rustin.
It's a better swing left-handed, but there's still plenty of strength there right-handed. And if you're going to have a better side, as most hitters do, it's better that it's left-handed. Because that's where a majority of your bats are going to come. But I can see that working from both sides at the next level. Vanderbilt.
There's Matthew Scott the second. Spring, Texas. Houston area, Klein Oak High School, place where Bo Hernandez, an Oklahoma commit, threw 92 earlier today. There's a big frame when you look at it from that angle in that box. We're in this era of seeing guys like De La Cruz and others who just stand in the box and kind of look like they're giants.
People have outright forgotten about O'Neal Cruz with the Pirates.
You're right.
I mean,
early injury this year?
Yeah, early injury. And, you know, Ellie De La Cruz is sort of just like the upped version. Maybe an inch or two shorter, but right. More tooled up.
In 10 years, Matthew Scott says he'll be a 3-time Major League All-Star, a World Series champion, and have the rookie home run record. Dream big.
Dream big.
They're free. One of the few things that are in this world. Dreams. That's Matthew Scott the second.
Now batting number 21, Josh Springer.
I still dream about being able to play, not baseball, but basketball. And wondering what it would have been like to play basketball at an elite level, which I could never do.
But it's rare. Josh Springer, the batter. Corona, California. That's the place to hit it if you want to get one out of here. Down the line and left, inside the pole, in the bullpen, and gone.
And that's what that swing is pretty much designed to do, is pull the ball and get the ball in the air. Opens up the front side early. His hands stay really short to the ball. No barrel lag at all. Solid barrels there, upper 90s exit velocities for Josh Springer.
Now batting number 23,
Cale Fountain next in. Goes by the nickname of Diesel out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Plays for USA Prime. LSU commit.
I haven't seen anything this year, but I believe last year Fountain set the Nebraska high school home run record with, if I'm not mistaken, 16 or 17.
He's come out hammering some balls.
And as a former longtime resident of Nebraska, some years they don't play much more than 16 or 17
Right.
games. The Legion season is much more important in Nebraska than the high school season because the weather in spring in Nebraska is about as bad as it can get. And just the idea of hitting a home run like Fountain did right there, like 15 rows deep, you know, hitting 16 or 17 in Nebraska is a mind-blowing number.
Well, it doesn't get cheated, though. No swing.
No. I didn't catch the exit velocity on that ball he hit about 15 rows deep, but it got there in a hurry.
Now batting number 24, Eli DeBear.
Should be Jackson Glick.
Correction, now batting number 24, Jackson Lewis.
Kansas City, Missouri native.
Get some more baseballs in from the center field. Glick impressed me in first base drills, which I know that sounds strange. It's like, oh, he impressed you. He was one of those athletes that looked like he could be if he was right-handed, a left side infielder. He looked very athletic, obviously very strong. 97 off the bat on his first swing. Duplicates it on the second.
And that was a pitch down and in, and he put it in play and kept it fair. He's trying to do some damage as well when he gets in that box. In fact, he may have done just that. Full area, but a little bit short for Jackson.
Another one in the same spot. A third one in the same spot. I think he's got that big leg raise timing down.
May have been robbed of a
I think our outfielder out there, and I can't see nearly well enough, just went over the fence to get that.
It's no fair.
Now batting number 25,
Still an
Jack Haverkamp.
impressive round.
This is Haverkamp, Santa Fe Christian School in Carlsbad, California.
If you're have the PG website open where you are, then the scout blogs, all the top catcher, first base, infield, outfield velos are all listed.
Like that. Expedient.
Surprised the 60s aren't up yet. Oh, by the way, we never saw a Cade Arambidi velocity time there with the catchers. 90 miles an hour on the velocity.
Yeah, his day was something else, and it probably comes as no surprise to any of you who've seen him a lot.
Yeah, I'm not
Now batting number 26,
sure
Okay.
who might have been graded out as the best BP on the perfect game scouting scale, but so far it might have been Arambidi in batting practice as well.
Yes, might be right. Jaden Key from IMG Academy, Hawaii native, Vanderbilt commit. Lifted out there towards the stands and left. Does it have enough? Oh my goodness, yes.
Oh no, this is one of the strongest. This might be the strongest player in the 2024 class. I mean, Key has put on some shows. This has been a great class for Hawaii as a whole. Although I think Key is the only player from Hawaii at this national showcase. He's been a member of some teams that have really made some noise at major PG tournaments, but that is what he brings. That's going. That's 25 rows back. That's almost, that's a 425, 430 shot if it's a foot.
Completely agree.
That's where big leaguers hit it and the outfielders don't turn.
And that ball is just absolutely destroyed down the line and left into the bullpen.
108 on that. Those 108 and 106 on his last two.
That was worth the price of admission right there.
Yeah.
Levi Sterling hit 96 from the outfield earlier.
Yeah, that got me tingling a little bit there.
Sure.
That was.
I mean, that was
special, prodigious. I like prodigious better.
Sterling has to follow that one up. But that's a good swing out there to straightaway center. Maybe another swing or two left for the last member of our green team. We'll be halfway through 3 of the 6 teams here in day 1 of the Perfect Game National Showcase. Just torch down the line and left. Finish things off. That'll do it for Sterling. So that is 3 teams down, and the gray will be our 4th as we move wrong. We continue to see these 10 swings for batting practice rounds, or 6 from each on switch hitters. We'll step aside and come back with the gray team right after this from Chase Field. Back to Phoenix. I want to encourage you to join us Sunday, August 27th for the 5th annual 13U Select Fest. It's the top 2028s in the land. They get a chance to strut their stuff at the famed Lindsey Nelson Stadium on the University of Tennessee campus. It's the 2023 13U Select Festival live August the 27th only on perfectgame.tv. South Carolina commit. That'll do it for Elijah Grant. Another man who's had a fun day is Perry Hargett. North Carolina commit. Plays for the Dirtbags. See that North Carolina commit, his recruiting process began in the summer of his 8th grade year. I think the one thing about players this talented, you see the rank of 40. We asked them how their game has improved the most over the last 6-7 months, and I think his answer is what I would expect more to say if they were deep thinkers. He said leadership and knowledge of the little things within the game. These kids have all played a ton of baseball, and now it's a matter of putting it together.
Yeah, and the physical part of the game at his level for Perry Hargett happens really easily. I mean, he's an elite level athlete, 6'2" speed, mid-90s arm, and everything. But it's like you said, maturing and developing your mind enough so you can understand the game.
A year ago in the spring, though, he did break and had surgery on his hand in the middle of a good start to his sophomore year. So that does set you back just a little bit. His first game back was in the state championship game. So there you go. Jump right in there, Perry.
Hand injuries to hitters are so vital. Yes. Mike Trout is experiencing for the first time right now.
This is Lou Darrow.
Darrow's having a good day so far. Showed lots of athleticism behind the plate. High-level catching tools.
Kind of a simple approach from that side swing for Lou Darrow.
Yeah, very simple. It's a loose, tension-free swing. Good extension out front. Getting the ball in the air pretty consistently. Turned on that last one hard.
Now batting number 8, Carlos Martinez.
This is Carlos Martinez, ran a sub-6.6 60 and then threw 97 from the outfield. Port St. Lucie, Florida.
On his first swing, put one in the first row.
Men who came from the Dominican a couple of years ago to go to high school in the U.S. Hit another one out.
Just joined the 2-homer club.
Should we make it 3?
We shall. 2 of them, I think, almost were pulled back in, but
count the same. So a 3-homer round for Carlos Martinez.
Now batting number 9, Samuel Richardson.
Here's Samuel Richardson. See his ranking in the class at 23. Didn't we tease his BP earlier today?
And he just hit one off the center field wall with his second swing and hit one into the second deck foul with his third swing.
And we got out on the front foot like Clemente and gets one to the track.
This is not a pretty swing, okay? You do not teach less talented people how to do this. That's 104 off the bat.
Almost a little Frank Thomas-ish, maybe?
With the high hands and the open start and the leg raise, the hip turn. But he hits just missiles.
Off the top of the foul pole.
107 and 106 on the last two. And that hit a good...
Three-quarters?
Three-quarters of the way up the foul pole. But that's just not... There's nothing pretty about that swing, but until the barrel hits the barrel. And then it gets special.
That's Samuel Richardson.
Now batting number 10, Caden Sheffield.
Caden Sheffield next in. Dallas, Georgia. East Cobb Astros product. That ball is in the air a long time back to the warning track. Says he's a power hitter with a balanced approach. Not quite enough, but in the air a long time out to left.
Oh, it's a lift and separate swing. That's what he identified himself well.
And a shot out to right field by Caden Sheffield to complete his round of 10 swings.
Now batting number 11.
Speaking of Sheffield, here's Noah at the Tampa Jesuit High School. There's that bat waggle from Dad, Gary. 126 in the class. Florida State commit.
I think you can find plenty of people around baseball who, if you ask them what's the best pure bat speed you've ever seen, would say Gary Sheffield. Just in terms of pure ability to accelerate that barrel. I don't know where that it ends up as exit velocity, but that was some sort of bat speed. You couldn't throw a fastball past Gary Sheffield.
No, I think he'd be really high on most people's lists.
VP, how's the first one to go? Oh. What?
Liner back to the fence and gone. Good way to finish.
Always a good way
Noah.
to finish.
Now batting
99 off the barrel. That last swing.
This is Isaiah Shivers from Brooklyn. Great team, our fourth of our six going through this BP round. 10 swings per player. Couple more for Isaiah. And that will do it for Isaiah Shivers. Connor Schaus headed to the plate. Another East Cobb Astro product, Georgia Tech commit.
Schaus, another one of many players having a real day today. His first day of the 5-day PG National Showcase, but showing his arm strength and athleticism.
And 97 from the infield, 99 from the outfield. His hitting just continues to get better and better with more reps.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I looked up earlier. He's already played 22 games on the PG tournament circuit this summer, and he's hitting .455 with 3 bombs.
There you go, packs it up.
And it's like, wait a minute, Schaus is supposed to end up as a pitcher, and now he's putting up elite level hitting numbers. He says owns that left field line. That's right off the foul pole. Not quite three-quarters the way up, maybe 20 feet up.
Might have another one. He darn near hit that thing 3 times this round.
106 exit velocity. So I'm trying to put a guy on the mound. He's putting up top 10% exit velocity.
He just keeps smoking them out of the park.
Yeah, top 2%, infield arm strength, top 10% exit velocities, and it's like, oh, okay. Way to show us, Connor.
Now batting 17.
Heath Whitlock next in, Fayetteville, Georgia. Another left-handed hitter, Mississippi State commit. Whitlock threw 91 from the outfield earlier. Looks like a pretty simple approach there from the left side. Not a lot of movement.
The unusual thing being he sets up closed, but he's pulling everything. He has a very rotational swing from a closed start, and that's just hitting around your core. And that's something he's going to have to adjust at the next level. Because with that rotational approach closed, pitchers are just going to say, okay, fastball's in, and he's not going to get to him.
Here's Tanner Waldrop, Auburn, Alabama native, East Coast Sox product.
You're all done with nine? Have you get it done?
Yeah, I gotta wait for a little bit.
That's a pretty long line. Hey, that line said you've been waiting for an hour, man. You be shouting this food for me here? Hey,
That one's going to go a long way.
Gifford,
Right to the edge of the fence in right center.
you're not going to keep your tag right now, are you? No, you guys got a tag right now.
98 exit velo for Waldrop. Again, right back to the wall, and that thing is almost in the pool. It's going to get there on the second
I
ricochet.
think that went right off the top of the fence and got a little fence boost to the back of the air. That might be the closest to the pool we've
So,
seen.
I think it might have ended up wet, though, after it ricocheted around a couple of times. This is Eric Parker, 6'3", 960 earlier today. Georgia native, South Carolina commit. 96 off the bat of Eric Parker. Lean and lanky at 6'3", 185. He's wearing out that left field line.
Just line drive after line drive.
Maybe another swing or two for Parker. That will do it. Left field line shot again. This is Austin Irby. Hit 97 earlier. Vivo, East Carolina commit. Part of the Dirtbags National.
I need to go back and look at that Dirtbags roster, that finalist in Jupiter last year, because it's Sammy Stafora, who was I believe a second-round pick in the draft, and Perry Harchett in the middle infield. You know, P.J. Morlando was playing right field, and just go down. Irby was, I think, their third baseman, and just keep going down that list. And when you look back, it's like, wow, every one of those guys is a elite level prospect, and it's like that's who gets the finals in a tournament like Jupiter.
You're right. Irby's got himself a Chase Field home run, a young man who moved from Phoenix to Virginia Beach prior to COVID, so he's probably thought about playing in this venue before. Well, just have a second home run if he can keep that one fair down the line. I think it went foul. But given one more swing, he's got himself a liner to the top of the fence.
You know, if I was a big league outfielder, I would just hope and pray that my home stadium had an 8-foot fence.
Yeah.
Just so I could make those catches. Of course, you might lose a few home runs at the same time.
You might. Pitchers might not agree with you. Dylan Feen from Temecula, California will be the next man in once we reload with some baseballs.
Now batting number 25, Dylan Fine.
First half is high and deep and gone. From Feen.
That is maybe the rarest thing at a PG showcase is a first pitch home run. Because
I gotta believe that.
Yeah, because you know, hitting a ball like that, you've got to be perfectly on time, and in a batting practice situation, you know, a lot of players take the first pitch. You know, but to hit a first pitch home run is just, I can't tell you how. I might see it twice a year in literally 3,000-4,000 batting practice.
Unbelievable. Young man from San Diego Show, Great Oak High School. Well, can he do it from the right side as well?
Okay. Yes, he can.
Oh my goodness!
This may be
This has to get out.
It has to.
Oh, it was caught. He could have gone with a
Okay.
homer in his first swing from the right and left side. That's a comet.
That would have been unique. That might have been unprecedented. I know Cameron Maben might have done it. Cameron Maben hit like 3 from each side in Tropicana during his national, which makes me feel real old because Cameron Maben's son is a big time prospect. I think in the 16U or 15U.
Well, he did end up homering though from both sides.
Yes. That's a very small club too. But I know Cameron Maben is probably the leader of.
Dylan Wentz, another lefty. Madison Heights, Virginia. South Carolina commit. South Carolina's got their fair share of players just today in this event. There's Kingston. He
just almost took out the two leaders of the Perfect Game scouting department, and Greg Sabers and Jared Goodwin with that foul ball.
You can't have that on day one of a 5-day event.
No, that would cause problems.
Another switch hitter. He says he's a physical switch hitter with power to all fields. The left side, now the right. Physical guy. When he says his favorite meal is the Red Lobster seafood feast. So that's not a meal so much as the ticket to the buffet. That's 98 up the bat. That ball's tattooed. Out there to left, does it have enough? Maybe not quite. 95 off the bat, not enough juice to get out.
A little bit off the end of the bat.
You're right. This is Max Charles from Avondale, Arizona. Liberty High School, LSU commit. Just about wrapped through the gray team, maybe one more to go, and then it'll leave us with the maroon and navy squads. If you've got a young man yet to hit today, if you're watching on the East Coast, staying up late with us.
Hey, listen to the English, you learn better, man.
Well, that launch angle is straight up into the air, back to the fence, and caught on the track.
That is pretty much straight up into the air.
Although that one's going to get out by a wide margin.
Curfew's what, 1 o'clock? Got a curfew about 1 o'clock? Never mind.
Another one, just a towering moonshot type that will get out of here. Couple of home runs for Max Charles in batting practice.
Now batting 32, Carter McKay.
Carter McKay will wrap things up for the gray team. Tennessee native.
Freddie.
McKay 106 and 107 on his last two exit velocities. It's a big young man. 108 on his last. And as far as I know, is ties him for the highest with Jaden Key.
That was 39, so that'll drop the overall ratio down just a bit. Kept that one.
He's getting a little anxious. That ball travel, but that travel a little too much.
Down the line and right. Believe it's going to stay fair. It does, and it's off the fence. Well, he's had 7. David, how many has he had above?
I've seen at least 5 plus a 99. So
that was 97, and that one got out. There was some consistency in that BP from.
That's just a big, strong young man right there.
Hey, let's step aside. We've got 2 more teams to go. Maroon and Navy. Next up, we'll break. Come back with more. The Perfect Game National Showcase, Day 1. Back at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. Perfect Game National Showcase, day 1 of 5 from downtown Phoenix. Well, on Sunday, September 3rd, the top 2027s in the nation descend upon JetBlue Ballpark in Fort Myers, Florida for the 8th annual 14U Select Fest. It's a Labor Day weekend tradition from the spring training home of the Boston Red Sox. Don't miss the final jewel in the Perfect Game Summer Crown, the 14U Select Festival, streaming live exclusively on perfectgame.tv. Derek Gonzalez will begin for the Maroon team. Men from Puerto Rico. We switch out BP throwers again.
Yes, Rico Billups now on the mound. We seem to have lost our scoreboard for numbers temporarily.
This is the 5th of 6 teams here today, and opening effort at the Perfect Game National Showcase. Salas, primary catcher. And that'll do it for Derek Gonzalez.
Now batting number 6, Alex Hernandez.
There's another man that's put up some numbers today, and Alex Hernandez.
He came in ranked 234th in the country. From Cumming, Georgia, he's certainly played like at least a top 100 player. In his base performance numbers.
Good frame, 6'2", 200 for the Georgia Tech commit. Saw him throwing 96 from both the outfield and the infield. Forsyth Central High School.
Couple rows back in left field on that last one. Worked mainly gap to gap, but turned the barrel on that.
Another 4.0 student who finishes up his round.
Now batting number 7, Ira Jeffers.
Ira Jeffries Harris from Atlanta. And yet another Georgia Tech commit. Started his recruiting process way back in the 8th grade. He's a Robinson Cano fan, so Robbie Cano has been gone for a little while. But, Ira grew up in New Jersey before Atlanta, and his family was a big Yankees fan. Collectively,
That may be one of the more unique favorite players.
I would agree. Probably won't see many other Robbie Canoes, don't you know? City's a gamer in the box, though, and he thinks that's where his game is a lot like Cano's. So there you go. A hitter's hitter is what he describes himself as. Low liner back towards the track and right center. Blistered to right. Back to the fence, and it is out of here. Good way to finish.
You're getting to practice your home run calls.
We've had several today, haven't we?
And we will have several more in the game. Of that, I have no doubt, in the games, I should say, with 12 games to play.
This is Caden Lopez. Old Miss commit. Oviedo High School. Old Miss was the school he's always wanted to go to growing up. And the guy he enjoys watching play baseball is Tommy White. Tommy Tanks from LSU. He likes his two-strike approach where he just kind of spreads out wide and lets his hands go to work. No two-strike approach here in BP. Swing hard.
I think Tommy White still swings hard with two strikes.
He does. That's amazing. But that's just because, you know, he's got great hands, great bat speed.
Now batting number 10, Colt Myers.
Colt Myers jumps in there from St. Augustine, Florida, and a Florida Gator commit. He's an Alec Bohm fan from the Philadelphia Phillies. He had to overcome a knee injury a while back, and he doesn't say when, but he wasn't able to walk for 12 weeks. Yikes. And that's significant. .93 up to that in that last swing from Colt Myers. 95 back to the fence. And caught in front of the Budweiser sign. Got a chance here for a batting practice home run. Does it have enough? Yes, it does. In the stands on the final swing.
Now batting number 11, Camden Scobie.
There's Camden, KJ Scobie, 92 from the outfield earlier, Louisville commit. Plays for the FBH Angels. His mom graduated from Louisville. His family lives in Kentucky, so Louisville was his dream school despite being from Lakeland, Florida. Puts a charge into that baseball. Back to the warning track, towards the fence and off the wall.
I do always appreciate it when young men have that dream school that they grew up in. There's a family connection, you know, or what have you, you know, just the team you root for, and then of course you get a scholarship offer. It's a feel-good all-around situation.
I mean, it's almost the script writer just hit it out of the park, so to speak.
And you can never be sure that, you know, what these kids are making decisions on always. And they're family decisions. It's not just the player's decision, obviously. But
This is Evan Tavares from Fort Myers, Florida. University of Miami commit. Big Yadi Molina fan as a fellow catcher. He wants to bring back juice baseballs because he says the game's more interesting and fun to watch.
But you're a catcher, dude. You've got to be friends with the pitchers.
I better not let his pitcher buddies read that. Feels like we've been maybe above average on the number of switch hitters we've seen.
I was thinking the very same thing. I would venture to say that there are fewer switch hitters right now than at any point in baseball history. Or so it's just seemed in a very unempirical observation. But today might be setting that thought process back a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a higher number than we might have guessed or anticipate.
Evan.
There goes Evan Taveras.
Evan.
Michael Torres next in from Miami. And another Miami Hurricane commit.
Now batting number 13, Michael Torres.
Plays for Elite Squad. And a big Bryce Harper fan.
Heads up, bump. Come on, Michael, come on. Like that, come on, boy.
From Doral Academy Charter. He called Miami his dream school as well. This is our fifth of 6 teams here in day one. 6 more teams will come in later on this week. We'll start games, crank those up early tomorrow here on PerfectGame.tv. Be a busy day. Our first full day tomorrow. That'll do it for Michael Torres.
And by full day, we mean it'll be a
It'll
full
be
day.
full day.
Oh,
Yes, no doubt.
Starting at 8:30 a.m. Pacific Coast time. 3 games, followed by 2 teams of workouts and 2 teams of EP.
This is Jackson Walker. I go day by day, David, so I don't get too far ahead of you. But I had to check out tomorrow's schedule as Walker continues to put his swings on his 10 cuts, Tennessee commit. Grew up 10 minutes from Knoxville, and he was always a volunteer fan.
Well, I can tell you that you have a relatively short day compared to the schedule tomorrow, because you don't have to be here till the 3:30 game. Danny Wexelman will be handling the call for the first 2 games.
I think I might sneak in anyhow.
You might want to come and watch.
What's a baseball guy to do? Without baseball, Jackson Walker's done.
Now batting number 15, Gian De Castro.
Besides, you don't want to walk down here at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The 3.5 block walk from the hotel.
It'll test you. This is Gian De Castro. 140th his rank in the Perfect Game class of 2024. Goes by G Money. Gold Culture 17U, Chi-Town Cream, and another Miami Hurricane. Coming up in the future. Primary third baseman, that's 99 off the bat from De Castro. That'll do it for Gian. Working our way through the maroon team. Luke Dickerson will be the next man in.
Now batting number 16, Luke Dickerson.
He's a Virginia commit. Plays for Artillery. New Jersey native. Had to deal with a broken wrist over his career. Start to get into those hands. We talked about that earlier. That's always a little bit scary for a hitter. He just torched the ball back to the fence. Maybe not quite enough. It'll take a bounce and end up in the seats.
That's the only ball he's turned the barrel on. He's been very right center field oriented the whole round. Just turned the barrel on that one.
Now batting number 17,
Logan DeGroot. Next man to step in. And a 6'4", 460 through 93 from the outfield for the UCLA commit. 98 off the bat on that swing. .100 exit velo. Starting to settle into a pretty nice little group. And again, 97 back to the gap and almost to the track. Fun BP, David.
Yeah, lots of all solid barrels, mid to upper 90s with that 100. Not really a power swing now. He cuts it off a little out front, but there's impact into the ball. Very good barrel skills.
It's a nice day for Logan.
Yes.
All the way around. Here's Paul Green. Tyrone Georgian. And a Mizzou commit. Another one of those schools that had a coaching change this offseason. So there was a few in the SEC alone between Georgia, Mizzou. Two more swings for Paul Green. Handful of players yet to go for the Maroon team as well. I think he'd like to finish strong if he has one or two more swings remaining. That'll do it for Paul.
When you get up into the bigger numbers in the 20s and 30s, you get up into the bigger athletes with more strength.
Including this man, Balin Caraballo, threw 95 from the outfield earlier. Orlando, Florida native. He wanted to see a pitch before he pulls the trigger.
We're going to go tag, okay? We're going to go tag, all right?
Another lean and lanky kid at 6'4". Kind of jumps into that swing. He stood to watch that one for a while as it lands in the stands.
.104 and 103 on the last two.
.105 and caught at the fence. That's the fourth triple-digit exit velo and his first home run, second home run. Caraballo. Been a fun BP around here.
Yeah, there's so much potential there with that long, lean body.
Nice to settle for 99 MPH.
I'm pretty sure when I look into the PG notes, BP notes on this from Brian Sikowski and Vinny Servino, that will be a top 10 rated round.
Might be top 5 today. This is Jackson Forbes from Peoria, Arizona. Arizona commit. Forbes has hit a few pop-ups in this round. Would like to find that line drive stroke here to wrap up his 10 swings. Mountain Ridge High School. He goes to school here in the Valley. That'll do it for Jackson Forbes. So a couple of hitters remaining here for the Maroon team. Then we'll be on to the Navy. Wrap things up. This is Michael Kalinick from Longwood, Florida. It's an interesting color of bat he swing. Baby blue.
Interesting hand position to start his
Little
swing
low.
to. Keeps it really low and tight to his body. I'd say that bat's Carolina blue, but he's going to East Carolina.
Looks a lot with former Marlins pitching coach Eddie Rodriguez. Was recruited by 15 schools, but ECU kind of stood out from the rest. How about this, David? He was born 2 months early without functioning lungs, and the doctors told his parents he had a 50-50 chance to live. He made it.
Okay.
This is Samuel Bradley, Kentucky commit. Artillery Baseball 2024 scout. Yordan Alvarez fan. I thought we might have a few more Yordan Alvarez fans, but Barry Bonds was another, and we have not had many Barry. Speaking of Barry, that's what he used to do in this ballpark. Drive them to right. I might have hit off the very top of the fence if it didn't get that back wall. .6'4", 225 pounds.
Distinctly uphill swing plane.
He leans into that back leg, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Now batting number 32, Taft Middleton.
Here's Taft Middleton. I think this is our last hitter for the Maroon team, which means we will have cycled through 5 teams here in BP. Auburn commit. few more swings remaining for Middleton. That by far his best swing of this round, and for good reason. Snuck out and hopped back over the fence. Well, that'll do it for the Maroon team. One more to go. The Navy squad is up next. We'll step aside and come back with our final team, the Perfect Game National Showcase Day 1. Back in a moment. Perfect Game National Showcase. This is what's on tap tomorrow. We have games 8:30, 12:30, and 3:30. Arizona time. Then more team workouts beginning at 6:30 tomorrow night. Just as we did today. So 3 games to crank things up. And again, those are Pacific times 8:30, 12:30, and 3:30 on perfectgame.tv. Well, David, 5 down and 1 to go with the Navy team due up.
Hard to believe we started here 5 hours ago.
Payson Pennsylvania. UCLA commit. Pennsylvania goes to San Dimas High School, plays for GBG National 2024. Calls UCLA his dream school. Big Mookie Betts fan.
You know, I know who's the most unique player in Major League Baseball. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But if Mookie Betts isn't the second most unique player in Major League Baseball right now, I don't even know who else would be in that category. Somebody who can lead off with power at 5'8" and play either Gold Glove right field or we'll play second base or shortstop
bring him
today.
in.
You know, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's hard to do.
Yeah.
Really hard. Caleb Bonnemer. He ran a 6.560. Michigan native.
He's putting up some big exit velocity numbers, 101, 104, 103. And he's doing it from a real still hand start without really any rhythm to his swing. He's keeping it very, very simple. And I'd have to believe there's even a little more bat speed there with some rhythm at the start of his swing.
It's a great observation, David, especially from that side swing. You see it. There's not a lot of hand movement at all.
Yeah, it's just stop, 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 go. And that's 103 off the barrel. So there's some...
That's something else to be able to do that.
And that was 400 plus feet to center field. That was very interesting.
I mean, you really have to be strong, I would think, to be able to get away with that.
Yeah, yeah. Not everybody can hit like that. You take somebody without the strength in his hands and the quick twitch hands, or maybe somebody who weighs 150 pounds, they flat out couldn't hit like that.
Future Aggie Sam Erickson steps in. .98 on that swing. Moved to Texas after his freshman year. He grew up in Wisconsin his entire life. But he went from a town of 15,000 in Wisconsin to the Metroplex in Dallas. A change in everything. Certainly the step up in baseball competition has benefited Sam. That'll do it for Sam Erickson. Jonathan Giffer next in from Amarillo, Texas. Bandito Scout 2024. He's an uncommitted, one of the few, but his desired or dream schools include the Naval Academy, Pepperdine, Stanford, and Rice. So, high academic kid. When he put down his SAT, I would say yes. I would agree with that. He's also dropped his 60 time down about 0.4 of a second, so really improved upon that. In his family tradition, they have a member of the family that's been in the military service for every major American war, from the Revolutionary War to Iraq and Afghanistan. So that might express the interest in maybe going to the Naval Academy. Amarillo had a number 2 overall pick in the draft a few years ago in 2020 with Heston Kjerstad out of Arkansas. That'll do it for Gifford. This is Theo Gillen. Talked about his injuries earlier. Steps up, ropes the line drive into right center. Austin, Texas native, Westlake High School. Chance to introduce you today to this first group of 6 teams with games on tap tomorrow. But going through all the skills in BP and this Navy group, ramping it up. You got to wait a long time when you start your day in the skills, and you're the last team to get a chance to swing it. That'll do it for Theo. Grant Hollister next in. Missouri native, Indiana commit. Part of the Royal Scout team. You can see that KC on his helmet. He's a big Mookie Betts fan.
Heads up. Heads up.
Will there be scout notes available on the Perfect Game website for day one at some point?
Scout notes available on the Perfect, you mean for the public viewing?
Yeah. Will there be any updates for day one or anything like that?
There'll be all the numbers and stuff. There will be a recap. I'm sure they're doing a live blog for the batting practice, so that really the moment batting practice is over, they will post on the site a blog of the top batting practice hitters. So is that what you were kind of
I think
aiming
that
at?
would be it'd be interesting. Or, again, these parents, coaches, whatnot, that want to check out what transpired. This is Elijah Hurt.
The goal at major events like this, when we have the manpower to have a live BP blog, that would be one of the reasons we'd have 3 scouts here. Two of the scouts are taking notes and putting the grades in and doing that, and the third scout's is writing the BP blog as we go.
Elijah Hurts had a big day, 90 plus from the outfield, 6'3", 460, ran the exact same time twice. Miami commit. Young men who moved from Iowa, from the homeland, to Florida. .94 up the bat on that swing. Maybe 1 or 2 remaining for Elijah Hurt. In fact, that'll do it. Here's Gavin Kelly, Pittsburgh area. Big Freddie Freeman fan. 6A Player of the Year for his high school season. Young man who played some hockey growing up in the Pittsburgh area. In fact, he was part of the Pittsburgh Penguins hockey junior team until he was 12 years old. Made the high school basketball team as an 8th grader. Likes to play golf as well, so he's got a lot going on.
And just as versatile on the baseball field. He was a primary middle infielder until very recently. Made that transition to catching.
He says he puts backspin on the ball well to right center. We've seen him with a right center approach here on these last few swings. That 95 off the bat. In fact, most of his swings have been out towards right. That'll do it for Gavin.
Now batting number 15, Eddie Reinders.
Eddie Reinders from Wind Lake, Wisconsin. From Wisconsin Lutheran High School. He's a Kent State commit. To a prospect camp at Kent State, got to meet the coaching staff and head coach Jeff Duncan. Loved everything about the school. Ended up committing a few weeks after the camp. Long-lasting lower back injury, but last spring was unable to even play the high school baseball season. Been going on for a couple of years, but hopefully he's back on track. .95 off the bat on that last swing. That one's 98, and that one is headed to the bleachers and gone. He's trying to yank now another one into the corner. Caught back there on the track. That unique right field here at Chase Field.
What's interesting, Reinders, before you mentioned the back problem, right before every swing, when he sets up, he leans backwards like he's stretching his back.
Make sure it's everything's in the right place.
There's, I'm sure, a connection between that.
I bet you're right. Trey Snyder from Kearney, Missouri, Liberty North High School. Plays with the Royal Scout team. You can see that on his helmet. His recruiting goes back to the 8th grade as well. Let's watch Bobby Witt Jr. there in the KC area. Big time Perfect Game alum is Bobby. Another swing or two for Trey Snyder. 96 off the bat to the right of the batter's eye. That one 100. Pretty good finish on those last 3 swings.
Yep. Very professional round of barrels, gap to gap.
Now batting number 21, Mitch Wilson.
Are you leaving your TJ testing or are you done?
What's that?
Are you still testing or are you done?
I am done.
Done?
I did all the stuff I'm doing.
Jump up to Mitch Wilson from South Carolina. You been to Pauline, South Carolina, David?
I have no idea where Pauline's.
Okay. That would be a
I know
no.
where I know where Dorman High School is because I've driven past it. Pauline must be a small town near Dorman High
Okay.
School. Dorman High School is one of the athletic powerhouses of South Carolina, up in the Spartanburg, Greenville area.
FTB Phillies, his travel team. A few more swings for Mitch Wilson. That's 98 off his bat. To the warning track in left center. That one may go a little bit further. Back to the wall. Goodbye. First or second row. 99 of that last swing from Mitch Wilson. That'll do it for Mitch.
Now batting number 22, Jack Giordano.
Jack Giordano from San Diego. Saw him behind the plate not that long ago in the catching drills. Three or four more hitters to go for the Navy team to wrap up day one at Chase Field. Is this the second straight year this event has been here at Chase?
Yes, it is. And from what I understand, it's going to be here for a number of more years.
I think it makes a good fit.
Except for the fact it's on West Coast time, it's an outstanding. Not everybody might share my very selfish opinion right there, as the clock has
Yes.
ticked way past midnight.
It's past the witching hour for you East Coasters right now on body time.
No, there's nothing like an indoor big league stadium for an event of this magnitude. You know, it was at the Metrodome in Minnesota and Minneapolis for a long time before the demise of that building. Of course, we've had it in Tropicana, you know, dating back to 2001. First PG National Showcase I ever went to was 2001 at the Trop, and the Trop still exists.
Caught that one in Minneapolis at the Metrodome. May have been the last year there, and 1 year at the Trop, and 1 year here. So join them all. Here's Evan McIntyre from North Carolina, Indiana commit.
I find it hard to believe you've only been to 3 PG Nationals.
That's it. You know where to find me if you need me. Throw it out towards the pool area in right center.
We really haven't mentioned the pool much since maybe the gold
Nah,
team.
You're right. It's been a fun day, though, all the way around as McIntyre wraps up his round. Record-setting numbers. Some impressive individual and collective team batting practice performances. Still a few more left. This is Sage Sanders from Austin. Going to the University of Houston. Big Kyle Tucker fan. Thought we might have a few more of those. Young man, though, that lost his sister about 6 years ago. It kind of changed the way he looked at life and motivated him to do the best he can and let him enjoy every moment. So he's had to wait a long time today to be able to enjoy batting practice. He's just about at the very back of the list, but stroking some line drives around Chase Field for Sage. Right back off the L screen to finish the round for Sanders. So 2 more to go. This is Tyler Wentworth. Central Catholic High School in California. One of our handful of uncommitteds. He's taking his time, he says. Make sure that every box is checked for him and his family. Received an offer way back in the 8th grade, but hasn't looked back since. Baseball, basketball, and football. Was the first athlete to start in all 3 sports as a freshman on varsity in his school there in Modesto. It's a busy year-round schedule.
Yep. Makes me think of another Central Valley athlete who was a star in all 3 sports in Fresno, and that would be Aaron Judge.
Wow.
Baseball was arguably his 3rd best sport in high school.
He did say if he was commissioner, he'd like to change the All-Star game to a series of skill challenges and keep the home run derby. Well, we did have a final today. It was the National League winning 3-2 over the American League in Seattle. That just passed us right by today.
It did.
This is Trey Craig. He'll finish things off from Mansfield, Texas. It's been a long time, I think, since the National League won an All-Star game. Texas A&M commit. Said he's worked on being more patient this high school season. Walked about 30 times, was hit 8 times. Those patient skills go away here in BP when you get up there and act, but that's an important development, I think, for a young hitter. Not just for the walks and the hit by pitches, but working yourself in advantage counts when then you can really unleash your bat.
Craig hasn't squared up many, but the ones he's squared up are 104, 106, 107. So he's using that big 6'4", 220 strength.
A couple more left for Trey. That was a cutter or a slider there at the end of BP. We get a step out after that one. We're almost down to the final few baseballs and the final hitter. The bucket is empty. And a right center swing, right field swing by Craig to wrap things up for the Navy team in day 1. That's a lot of BPs, David.
A lot of BPs, a lot of baseball, a lot of new second impressions. So I've seen so many of these players play, and seeing how much they've advanced, how much stronger they've gotten, and everything has been just a thrill.
Here's your new top 10s. So a 615 today from Dante Nori. So several sub 6 4s right there. Yeah, we saw today.
Remembering, we still have 6 teams to go.
Right.
So this leaderboard will change as we get further into the event, but certainly a very good baseline put down by the likes of Dante Nori, Luke Dickerson, Elijah Grant, and so forth.
Here's your outfield throw velocities. We had a new record today.
That's a different kind of baseline right there. Yeah, we had a tied record.
Okay, tied.
Primary catcher Cade Arambidi with 102, and hey, Caden Lopez, he did everything well today. That's a name that really stood out that they're going to be talking about down on the field with the PG scouting staff.
Like that analysis for the outfield throws. A couple 100 pluses, including that 102, and there's what you're looking at from the infield. Couple of 97s.
Connor Schaus, I'm not going to talk about his pitching anymore because he's acting like he really belongs there.
96 for Alex Hernandez. There's our first base throws, and was that a record as well?
That was a record as well. No Franco. Really more of an outfielder, but one of those two-way. You can see him in the future, the outfield. You can see him at first base. I can almost see him a little bit on the mound. But a new record breaking Bobby Miller, the Dodgers right